You thought it was you, but it never was. You were adapting to a world without pause. Love, the system never asked what hurt, never asked what was real, only taught you to behave and to bury what you feel. But now you see the cracks in what they called home. Now you rise from what they stole. They gave you the script before you could speak, told you to sit still even when your body screamed. Your child is not broken, they reflect in your fight, and you are the one who will turn on the light.
This isn't defiance, it's memory. This isn't dysfunction, it's a nervous system trying to survive. This isn't a phase, it's your soul saying, I was never the problem.
The system never asked what you knew, what you carried inside. But now you remember, you were never meant to hide. This is your voice, this is your truth, this is your return to the root.
You were always there, beneath the silence, beneath the stare. Not a fault, not a flaw, just a child who saw too much too soon in a world gone wrong. But now I see you, now I breathe you, and I'm ready to come back home. The diagnosis tried to define, but you were never that thin line. You were the dance, the song, the ache, that nothing scripted could ever fake. You are not a file. You are not a failure. You are not a problem to fix. You are a memory worth returning to, a rhythm worth rebuilding, a soul worth remembering. You were always there, I just forgot to care, for the voice beneath the rose, for the root beneath the gold. Now I hold you, now I know you, you were always home.
You are home. Welcome. It's day 3. Who's excited? I see some of you in the chat. So tell me, are you excited for day 3? Because I am. Because it's a very important day to come back home to your roots. So welcome. And as we begin, you know what we love here, right? I don't know if you were here all throughout day 1 and 2, but we love to breathe, right? Thank you, Amy, Kim. Thank you. So we like to breathe. I want to ask you the same question I asked you on day 1. Let's do some breathing. So inhale through your nose. And then exhale through your nose. And then I want you to take an inhale, but the inhale has to be the same air you took yesterday. Can you try doing that? The same air you took in yesterday, can you breathe that air from yesterday? Try to breathe. Let's see if anyone can do it. Can anyone can do it? Allison, are you saying yes? You can breathe the air from yesterday? I have to talk to you afterwards because I need to learn that. What about the air that you're going to take tomorrow? Can you please breathe that from tomorrow? Oh, yes, you're excited. I thought so. Thank you. So can you breathe the air you're going to take tomorrow, the same air you will take tomorrow at 9:07 Pacific Standard Time? Can you do it? So what do we have? What is the only air that's available to you right now? The one that the breath you just took. That is the only one available to you, available to me, available to everyone. So I want you to be here, be present, be here with us. So let's take another deep breath. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your nose, not your mouth. So who knows what we did on day one? Anyone in the chat knows what we did on day one? We actually we felt what's true, because we're all feeling this unrooted, this uneasy, this floating, like something's not right, something's not feeling right, right? Everybody's feeling that. Is that correct? Or am I the only one feeling something's not? There's this air, right, that we're feeling. So on day one, we felt what's true. We dropped below the surface. On day one, we asked, what if we stop performing? Stop pretending? Like anyone else here, pretend everything is okay? Achieving, right? Managing or suppressing, and finally allowed ourselves to feel what's been waiting underneath it all. So you can take that deep breath when you even say that sentence, right? So we let our body speak. Even when the mind tried to explain it away, fix it, or numb it, we let our body speak. Those of you who attended, did your body start speaking? Like, can you notice a shift since day one? There's a shift that it's okay not to always chase achievement, always chase the performance, right? So on day one, we stopped ignoring the ache and started honoring the truth. That's exactly what happened on day one. Now, those of you who attended yesterday, day two, we looked at see what's misaligned. We pulled back the curtain. On day two, we asked, what if the struggle isn't personal? What if it's more systematic? We looked at the invisible scripts that we were handed, the beliefs, the roles, and the expectations that shaped us without our consent. That was yesterday. We saw how performance has been praised while presence has been punished, how compliance was rewarded, but curiosity was shut down. That was yesterday. And then we realized yesterday that it was never about who you are. It was about what the system taught you to become. Day two was the day that we stopped blaming ourselves. As I mentioned from the beginning, this is not that blame game, because ownership starts with you. The change starts with you. It's not about putting the finger and pointing the other way. So yesterday we stopped blaming ourselves or anyone else or anything else, and we started naming the system so we can truly understand what's going on. So it's not a blame game, because it has to start with you owning it, right? So those of you who missed it, I shared about 7 systems that has shaped us. And the first one was mass consumption. The food taught us to numb with comfort instead of feeling the presence, eating things that are not, that's helping our system, our internal systems. The compliance, the mass compliance, the education trained children to meet benchmarks, not become themselves. Then we looked at mass corrections, the healthcare, taught us to mask symptoms, manage behavior, and silence signals rather than seek the root. And then mass conditioning, the society, told us to shrink, smile, and say, I'm okay, stay acceptable. And then mass control, parenting, equated obedience with love and success with silence. So we had so many speakers speak on that yesterday. And then the mass captive is the media, where we are distracted us into urgency, hooked us on fear, because when we're fear of missing out, we're always online, searching, scrolling, right? And mass connection is the technology that's offered the visibility without intimacy, reach without resonance. That's exactly what we went over yesterday. But today we're shifting. These systems didn't just build institution, they built our identity. And when it becomes your identity, it's really hard to then see what is blocking us, right? So day 2 was a day you saw that what you called, or anyone called, defiance, we were relabeling it as it was protection. What we taught was failure, it's a failure, it was programming. What you thought you had to fix was never broken. So you named the system. Today is about what? Anyone want to guess? What is it today about? Today, it's going to be about, these systems are not just systems, but they are strings that are attached to us, right? I was telling about the puppet yesterday. I want to put the slide up. These are the systems, these are the puppet, these are the strings that are attached to us. And we learned it, or we inherited it, we heard it, or we told ourselves, however they came, they are the strings that hold us like puppets. They told who you need to be, they taught your child what not to feel, and they whispered constantly, shrink, stay soft, stay manageable. So today we're going to cut these strings. So what I need you to do is have a paper. Those of you who are here to participate, I need you to have a paper, or actually, if you could get, during the break, if you could actually get, I'm going to remove this, so paper or some string, because we are going to cut these. And then a scissors. We need a scissor too later, but that's what we're going to do, because we're going to anchor it today. That's exactly what we're going to do. So because the moment you see the strings, like in this picture, and moment you know that these strings are making you act as a puppet, then you are no longer a puppet. You are now the one holding the scissors. You have the scissors. I see the string, right? So throughout today's talk, all the panel talk that we're going to have, all the reflection, let this be your silent saying or mantra, that I see the string, I name the system, I cut what's not mine, and this is not about rebellion, this is about remembrance. Every insight today is a scissor. This is going to be, every speaker is going to give you things that are going to act as a scissor, and every breath, every release, every truth, a return. So let's begin. I have our first speaker here. Ann Moss Rogers is not just a voice in mental health, she is a lighthouse in the storm. She turned her deepest loss into a mission, speaking life into conversations of most people avoid. As a leading mental health and suicide prevention speaker, Ann Moss Rogers combines lessons from the loss of her son to suicide with proven strategy to build a culture of wellness through self-care, healthy hoping, and social connection. She spoke as a TEDx speaker, and she is an author of Diary of a Broken Mind and Emotionally Naked, a teacher's guide to preventing suicide. Today, she stands with us. Here she is. Set to Today, she stands with us to bring hope where there's been silence and connections where there's been pain. So, Anne Moss, I'm so excited to meet you today because this is our first meeting. So,
Yes,
thank you for being here.
I'm so excited to be here. And what a beautiful message you have, that music. Oh my gosh, I was sitting here going, I can't cry right now.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We're ready for you.
Okay. All right. Should I, let's see, bring up my slides? There we
Yep.
go. There they are. So, welcome everyone to How to Raise Mentally Healthy Kids in the Digital World. And I'm going to share with you some tips for teaching kids how to cope. This is going to be some emotional content today. So, I want you to, exercise when you need to step away. 988 is the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. You can call that number if you are worried about someone else. You can also call that if somebody tells you that they are really struggling, and you can reach out to 988 together. You can also text to 988 as well. You can reach out to the crisis text line at 741-741. And then warmline.org will give you just a warm line that is run by peers in your state. So that's not a crisis line. And this is my lovely son, Charles. He was the handsomest, funniest, most popular kid in school. And this is a picture of him on homecoming court in 2014. No, 2010, sorry. And he is walking with his favorite teacher, Miss Fretwell. I was actually escorting my older son, Richard, and he was also on homecoming court. And I think to a lot of parents that year, they looked down and saw that both my boys were on homecoming court. And I think they thought, man, that family has it made. She knows what she's doing. We did not, because it wasn't long after this picture was taken that my son's drug use started to escalate. And it started with like robo tripping, which is from that cough medicine with DM in it, alcohol, marijuana. And, I was like, why is he using all these things? Is he trying to fit in? Is he trying to normalize his mental health experiences? And I didn't really know, but what I didn't know was that he was using drugs and alcohol, probably for those other reasons, but mainly to numb thoughts of suicide. So when we numb our feelings, they don't go away, right? But it does take away your ability to develop healthy coping strategies. And that really became his go-to strategy, unfortunately. So it wasn't too long that we were meeting with a counselor, and he said that what we should do, since we had utilized all local resources over the course of at least 2 years, that we kidnap our son out of his bed and take him to a wilderness program. Now, you don't do that because you caught your kid with a beer and a joint. You do that because you're a desperate parent and it was recommended to you and you can see no other option. You feel like, I need to do something. I will tell you that if I had to kidnap my kid out of his bed again and take him to this program, I probably would defer to family-based treatment first, but that wasn't offered at the time and it wasn't an option. This did basically introduce a new trauma in my child's life. And the amount of guilt I felt was absolutely awful, but it's kind of like guilt versus death. That's what I felt like I was dealing with. This is where he was finally diagnosed with major depression and an anxiety disorder. From here, they would recommend that he go to therapeutic boarding school. And he would return home in 2014, having, been outside our home some 22 months. He was pretty angry when he came back, but Charles was a really, really loving kid, and he couldn't be angry but for so long. What I didn't know at this point is that my son was not utilizing all the new coping skills and strategies he had learned while he was away. Instead, he was addicted to heroin, and I didn't even know it because I didn't know that you could snort heroin, and you can. And I would finally find out, and he would confess it, and he would go to detox, he would go to rehab, and he relapsed within 24 hours after getting out of rehab. So it was their policy to check him back into detox, and they did that. And they called me, said he was all checked in. And the next call I got was that he had walked out with a friend. And for 2 weeks, we didn't know where he was. My husband and I were sitting in a restaurant one night, and we were worried, where is he? We haven't heard from him. And I'd been reaching out to him that day and had gotten no response. And then the police called. And in the back of a police car in the parking lot, they gave us the worst news of our lives. And they told us our son had been found dead that morning. I thought for sure he had died from overdose, but then they told me it was a suicide, and the method left no question. It was like this extra twist to the knife. And my first thought, how could I be such a crummy mother that my child would leave me this way? But it wasn't about me. I didn't understand why suicide. I didn't understand a lot about mental illness. And one day I would, and I made that pledge that I would. You guys, we were a normal family. We did normal family things. We baked cakes together. We played slip and slide. I coached basketball. We went on beach vacation. We had friends over. We had pizza parties. There really wasn't something I said or did that caused my son to suicide. And when I looked at old videos, I saw that my child grew up in a house of love. What I recognized is I was focusing on the 5% of parenting I did imperfectly, ignoring the 95% I did right. And I want to know from you all today, do you do that? Do you focus on that one mistake you've made and ignore all the good that you do? And I want you to think about that today. Thank you all for your sweet thoughts. We'll briefly talk about mental health. So why are we seeing so many young people with mental health issues? And I could do 4 or 5 slides on this one. One is underdeveloped coping skills. And those underdeveloped coping skills are difficult to build in the digital age. One is less face-to-face time with their friends. So with less face time out in the, cul-de-sac playing dodgeball, that's unsupervised freelance time, they're not learning how to kind of negotiate when they have an issue. So I'd play dodgeball in my cul-de-sac, and I would go running home because I was mad about a call that was made. I had to go back and negotiate myself in that friend group, or I'd have a very lonely summer, right? And I didn't want that to happen. So we need more of that freelance and unsupervised free time. And that means, maybe a kid learns to get on a city bus and go somewhere. So we're putting a lot of restriction in the real world and not that many restrictions on the online world. So there's also earlier and increased screen time and social media use. And they're treating those algorithms to really swoop down on your child when they're at their lowest. And because that's when they make the most money. So this is what we usually think about when we are looking for a depressed child, right? We're looking for the sad kid. And if any poster about a depression event, this is probably what you're going to see. Here's what we often see: anger and irritability. That's also an expression of depression. Also, absenteeism, or somebody who's sort of faded into background noise. We take that personally, like your sister doesn't show up for Thanksgiving. That's usually not because of you, but because of something she's going through. Or a kid who used to come to school pretty regularly, now is not. So that isolation, social isolation, is definitely an issue. This is what I saw: a son who wore the mask of a clown to cover up his depression. He didn't want anybody to know. He liked being the happy guy. So when are young people most vulnerable? So these are two sort of events that push them more into darkness or spiraling, suicidal thoughts, drug use, whatever it is that they're using to sort of manage their issues. Transitions and mini transitions. So the big ones are graduation, summer to school, middle school to high school to college, college to real life, or it could be, if they go into the trades and then they go to real life. Then you've got your mini transitions: spring break. You have like holiday break. And then you have relationship disruption, and that could be grief and loss of a loved one, loss of a pet, loss of a sibling, loss of a friend. A relationship disruption could be a romantic breakup. It could be parents divorcing. So all those instances seem to exacerbate a kid who's already vulnerable. So I'm going to talk a little bit about strategies for building resilience and preventing crisis. As a parent and as a teacher, we need to move from the disciplinarian to wisdom guide, kind of like Kohila was talking about earlier, because that punitive parenting is not working on this generation of kids. And we need to kind of allow them to think through some of their issues, and we need to ask more questions. One of those is allowing more freedom in the real world. What happened is around the 80s, we started seeing milk cartons with missing children, and we started to get fearful of the outside world. But that's extremely rare, even though it does happen. But it happens every day online. The bullying. Basically, if they're online, the algorithm's kind of targeting them when they're at their lowest. So I think having in your home and in your school the no phone zone, and more boundaries in the digital one. And I don't think it's really monitoring their phone while that's part of it. It's really more having put it in the basket at dinner time. It doesn't go into the room at night. It doesn't come in the classroom, because if we want kids to learn, we need to keep the cell phones out of the room. So I went and I presented at a school recently, and the teacher came out and she goes, the difference when we got rid of the cell phone, she says, I come in, they're all talking to each other, and they weren't doing that before. And she says, I just sit down and listen to that, and I just bathe in the sound of them chattering to each other. And by the way, somebody sent me this. It's a picture of his child in Paris on an iPad. No, don't do that. Let them run around if they need to. So, two resources. One is the family media plan that will help you create those boundaries. And the TAPS toolkit is one to help you create that school policy. Listen more and lecture less. I cannot emphasize how important this was. We need to allow them to feel heard without fixing. If there was one consistent theme that I recognized from kids, it would be I don't feel seen and I don't feel heard. They feel like they're being talked over. So I think really being quiet is important. So here's how I did it with my kids. I came home one day and I said, I'm never going to lecture again. And my sons laughed. They were like, oh, you'll do it forever. There's no way you'll stop. And I'm like, yes, I will stop. And you all are going to help me. You all are going to tell me when I start lecturing. And then I'm going to apologize and say, I'm sorry, I gave you unsolicited advice. 2 months, I have not lectured since, not once. What do I do instead? I ask questions and I modeled the use of healthy coping skills. One of those is like doing the deep breathing in front of them, showing that when we have a strong emotion, that we're coping with it. It's also the opposite of that. I'm out front and I get in a big argument with the neighbor. I come in and go, ooh, I shouldn't have done that. What do you think I should do? Listen to what they have to say. So ask more questions with curiosity, and this builds problem-solving skills. So my son was moving out to California, and he says, we're going to take all our stuff. And I'm like, thinking how expensive that would be. Where are they going to put it? I said none of that. I asked him one question. Well, you said you were couch surfing when you moved to California, right when you got there. Where are you going to put the stuff? And he said, I don't know. And then you know what I did? Said not another thing. 2 weeks later, he calls me back and goes, Mom, we're selling or giving away all our stuff because I found out how much it was to haul it out there. And I also found out how much it was to store the stuff once we got there. And I just praised him and told him how smart he was to come up with a solution. And I said, I knew you'd come up with a good solution. If he had not, if that hadn't occurred to him and he decided to get a U-Haul, I would have had to let him find out the hard way, which is hard to do. Be vulnerable. You can't expect them to open up if you don't, but we don't want to overshare. So this picture is not the actual picture because I don't have his actual picture, but a professor reached out to me and said, I want to connect and be vulnerable with my students, but I don't have the language skills. I'm from Vietnam and I want to be able to connect with them, but I don't know how. So what we did is got pictures of him as he immigrated from Vietnam to the United States, and then kind of a photographic story of how he became a professor. And it had, a couple lines under each one. All of a sudden, his absentee rates went way down and he started getting more students coming to class. They knew and they felt his vulnerability and they understood his PhD had come with a whole lot of work and grit and determination. And they started telling their own stories too. I love this one. So ask for their support. A friend of mine, Jen, was going back to work and she was going in a new position and she says, gosh, I feel such anxiety. I said, ask your kids for help. And she goes, they're 8 and 10 years old. How are they going to help? And I said, well, ask them for a hug. Tell them you're really anxious. So they did that, but they went one step further. And every single day for 2 weeks, they snuck a note in her lunch. And it said, hi, Mom, it's me again with another note. How was your second day? And she said, as soon as I saw that, I just melted. So she comes home and she tells them what those notes meant. And that kind of gave them their power back. That also gave them that sense of purpose, like, wow, I really do make a difference. Understand their fears. Let's say you've made a psychiatrist appointment and the day of, and it's taken you 6 months to get it and a lot of paperwork, they say they're not going. Don't put your foot down. Instead, say, why don't you want to go? And listen, understand their fears. So maybe they say, well, I'm afraid they'll make me take a medication that'll make me a zombie and take away my personality. As a parent, you say, huh, I hadn't thought of that. That is a worry. Let's write that down as a question to ask. In fact, let's write down all of our questions. Can you ask the psychiatrist when we're in there? And how about let's go and see what she says? We can't force you into some kind of compliance when you're not invested. So again, when we understand their fears and they felt heard, they're willing to participate. Allow them to fail. Our best lessons are learned from failure, and success is a bunch of lessons we've learned from failures put all together. So when we're going upstream, like at a school community, want to build connection and belonging, that is number one. Showing a funny video to your whole class is building connection and belonging because you're laughing together. Build coping and critical thinking skills. And you can do this without changing your curriculum, bringing in some big, huge program. And then promote help seeking as a sign of strength. And you can do that by just putting like crisis text line posters on your walls. So one of the things I like to do is I show this 10-second video. And it says, if you are trying to make a decision while your mind's in this tsunami of emotions, it's like one of these glitter jars, it's all swirling around. You have to wait till your mind settles before you can make an informed decision. Learning that pause is the absolute foundation of all emotional regulation skills. They have to learn to do that before they can do mindfulness. You can't do mindfulness if you can't take a pause, take a deep breath, and change wherever your emotional energy is right now. One teacher did this mental health check-in. She is a chemistry AP teacher, and she started doing this, and she said during COVID, it was absolutely critical. But she started doing it before then, and she continues to do it. What happens right at first is they'll just say what their scale is, worst to best. And then she says, after about 3 weeks, they'll say, well, I think I'm going to say a 1 because my dad just got a cancer diagnosis and we're all really worried. Once they kind of said things like this, different classmates would connect with one another and share their own experiences of having been through something similar. This coping card has been a huge hit. And I do this with NC State first-year students for the last 3 years. And a coping card is just reasons for living, coping strategies, people to reach out to, because we kind of need a plan when life goes upside down, because it's never going to go perfect someone's whole life, right? We're all going to hit a crisis point. Everyone should have a coping card. So when I have the first year students do it, the parents are online, I make them do it. And then I tell them they have to send their coping card to their student to prove that they did it. 2 books I would recommend. One is Careless People. That'll kind of tell you how they are focusing on your children in the digital world. The other is Anxious Generation, that talks a lot about the phones and the screen time, but also why we're seeing more mental health issues with kids. I would love for you all to write down one thing you learned today in the chat. This kind of is my own self-care step, because after telling my story, I can feel this kind of crash, and these kind of fill me back up. So I'd really appreciate if you could just put one thing you learned today. And in memory of my sweet boy, I think as funny and as talented as my son was, his greatest gift was letting other people know that they matter. And I want you all to know, from me to you, a big hug. Thank you for being here today. It looks like a lot of you have read Anxious Generation. It is a really good read. It gives you a lot of reasons why kids are where they are. And it's interesting how complicated the boys are and how that started back in the 70s. I literally took 12 pages of notes on that book. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing. Thank you for being here. And thank you to Charles for allowing this to come to us and to reach all the families, right? They need to hear. What I loved about what you shared today is when you said that we think depression looks like this. So you showed us different ways that it can look like. I also tried to commit suicide at the age of 12 and I survived.
Wow.
So I'm living my purpose right now. This is the purpose I was brought back. But I wasn't looking like anything like that either. There's those people who are silent. And
Yes.
like we look fine. I dress fine. I don't speak. I just hold it all together and look normal.
Right. A lot of people do. So we know that 80% of those who die by suicide, 75 to 80%, will let their intention known to be some way. It might be a picture, it might be in a paper they write. But that leaves 20% who really have no real sign. So I think that's why it's really important to have this conversation. The slide with the resources, which one?
We have a resource section where we're giving them. Oh no, you had a slide with resources. Can you share that again? That's what they're asking. Sorry.
Let me see.
I think it was one more. Not that one. Oh, there.
Not
Is
that
that
one.
it? Is that it? No.
I have one. Oh, is it the QR code?
I think you said you can use this or that, and there was 2 options. I think if you go back a little more.
Mm.
Interesting.
Yeah,
No,
sorry, you
early
guys.
on. Somebody says early on, so maybe at the beginning. But do you have a resource list that you can share with me? I can put it in the chat later. Like, or is it?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Okay, we'll get it for you guys. So that's. So we were talking about this looking different, depression looking different, right? It's just
Mhm.
so the what's one thing you can share with parents who might be ignoring, like not because they want to, but just like because we're so busy, right? Parents are busy.
Right.
We're so busy.
So sometimes it's hard to tell between like teen angst and what might be a warning sign. So it's totally normal for a kid to sort of withdraw from parents to spend more time with friends. But if they are isolating from family and friends, that's a red flag. Another red flag is, let's say, they're wanting more privacy. Totally normal for that age. But if they're becoming more secretive, that's a warning sign. My son did that. All of a sudden, he didn't want to give me his passwords. All of a sudden, he's closing his door more and not answering his phone more. It is not unusual for them to go from like, I love to draw. Now I'm passionate about cross country training. So to go from one pursuit to another as they get older. Let's say they just ditch everything. That's a warning sign. Like they played piano their whole life. They decide one day, I don't want to play piano anymore. And it's been their passion, not yours. But they don't replace that. That's a warning sign. And those are things we need to pay attention to. Also, if they say, I'm so ugly, nobody likes me, I'm such a burden, I can't do this anymore, I feel worthless. So all those should trigger another conversation of, tell me why you feel that way, and then just being quiet and not saying anything at all.
Yes.
And if they're saying enough things that worry you, then you need to say, are you thinking of suicide? And they may say yes. And you may feel panic. Take a deep breath and just say, tell me more about how you feel. And while they're doing that, you can bring your emotions in check, because you cannot panic in front of them. That's what they're worried about.
So I've heard it, and I believe it too. So asking, so if somebody had asked me myself, I've been through it. I don't know if I would have come out plain and said yes to anyone, because it was very secret that I was planning, right? It was a mastermind between me and me. So,
Mhm.
so I couldn't bring anyone else into that consultation. But what I would have thought is that somebody cared. And I
Right,
would not said they're noticing. In my mastermind, I would have had a point to discuss about. Oh, they're noticing. How did they know about this? So I must be giving off something.
right,
Right? So that noticing would have caught me to mastermind differently than what I was masterminding before
right,
that conversation, right? So asking, sometimes you won't they hear, but they will feel it, is what I'm feeling as a survivor.
right. Well, sometimes they may hesitate before they answer. And then you say, I'm going to take that hesitation as a yes. Would I be correct in that assumption? And sometimes you have to ask again. If you were asking a really young child, they don't understand what the word suicide means. So, like, they'll run out in front of a car. There was a child who's on the spectrum who did that last year. And the teacher had to go get the child and, bring him back to safety. So she risked her own life. And she's like, what do I ask this kid? And I said, ask him, was he thinking of making himself dead? Because he didn't understand, what suicide meant. And he said, yes, I wanted to make myself dead. And they were able to take the appropriate actions from them, because, even though he was 10 years old, he was still struggling with thoughts of suicide as someone on the spectrum in elementary school.
So there are parents who also fear to ask that question, right? Because then
Right,
they fear that, am I putting thoughts into my
right.
child's?
I might plant the idea in their
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
You are not. Now, if you were to talk a lot about method, that's dangerous for this age group. Like, we're talking about guns and hangings. We want to avoid all that. But asking them if they are thinking of suicide does not plant the idea in their head. What it does is says, I'm willing to have this conversation. I'm willing to say this really difficult word. And if you ever are suffering, then what you've done is you've planted a seed in their head. If I am thinking this way, I can talk to this person or this parent.
Yeah, it opens up. Otherwise, I feel like I'm alone, right? So it opens up the
Right,
pathway to conversation.
right. And they may say no and just say, thanks for your honesty. I just feel like I have to ask that question. And I hope you're okay with me asking it. And you can ask me that question too.
Yes. And as you're speaking to these schools, this bullying, right? It doesn't end at school, it continues online, right?
Mhm.
And
Right.
I was out yesterday eating, and a whole group of two families came with 5 6 kids, and one child was walking to the dinner table at the restaurant with an iPad glued like this, like he's walking, playing or looking something, and he sat down, and all the other 3 boys came along, and there was no conversations whatsoever other than, what do you want to eat, what do you want to drink. But the 3 of them are like glued to it. But this is on the beach. We're sitting in the sand, on the beach.
Each.
Like there's so much going on, they're not interacting with their environment at all. And one of them came completely in like this into the pad. So what are we going to tell the generation of parents right now? I think they're doing it without knowing. They think my child,
Right.
it's not a known thing that they're ignoring them. But we have to really help them understand there's where they're getting trained. Like that is their training ground. They're getting trained. This is how I eat with a screen in front of me. This is how I live. This
Hmm.
is how I am. This, and then they're not absorbing any of the activities that are happening in the real world.
Right. That's why I offered one of the resources as a family media plan. You
Yes.
know, at the table, everything goes in a basket. We are outside at the beach. We are not, on our iPads. Now, I do read at the beach, so it may be that they're allowed to have a Kindle and read a book or take a paperback book. Or maybe you model that, all right, I'm not going to take my Kindle to the beach. I'll take an actual paperback book. But I like to play with kids. I still, I'm an older individual, but boy, I was out there playing stomp rockets, pickleball, all sorts of games with my young, nieces, nephews. Well, they're great and grand nieces and nephews now. I'm not sitting there looking at my phone. So I'm modeling that behavior because they're going to see what we're doing too. And if we're on our phone and our iPads all the time, they will be too.
Yes. And people sometimes I hear say that's our new world. It's not the new world. That's not the new world. The new world has technology, but it's used when it needs to be used, right? It's not doesn't need to be
Exactly.
used. You can't go shower with it.
So well
It
said.
has to be
Right.
put down. You can't take it into the water and I have to watch my thing. There's times you gotta leave it. And that's how you set boundaries with our kids, right? So I was so sad because those 3 boys were under 9, like little boys. You know, when we got to a beach and there's sand under you, like,
Yeah.
oh, like I just want to build, I just want to run, I just want to roll in it. I
Oh,
was,
catch crabs.
or something, but nothing.
What
And
about that young lady in Paris? I
oh
mean,
yeah,
they're in Paris. And she's on her iPad with earphones on, blocking out all the din and the noise. I'm like, oh, what a lost opportunity that was.
so would we then in the future label that as some social anxiety syndrome? Because we don't like, if I hear normal people, I might not know what to do with that information.
Right. And I'm not talking about like kids on the spectrum
No,
where
no, no, I'm
that,
saying
yeah,
newly diagnosed
normal.
normal kid.
Right.
Yeah, but a new
Normal. I
disease
mean,
syndrome.
you know, just hearing, I like to go out after dinner and I hear the dogs barking, but what I like is the crickets. I like to hear the crickets this time of year in our area.
Yes.
And all those sounds are important and we can't always be blocking them out. And I'm not saying never be on your phone or never be on a computer. I'm just saying we need to create some boundaries. We need to recognize them for ourselves because then we're modeling it for the young people.
Yep, yep. I've always said if we don't let strangers into if they come knocking on our front door, we don't open and say, yeah, my kid is upstairs, you can go visit them, and close the door, by
Right.
the way, too, and go into the washroom as also fine as well. No problem. Bye bye. Thanks.
Start
Let me,
grooming them.
yeah, let me know when you leave. Thank you, right? We don't do that. But the
No.
phone, we let our children with it in the room with hundreds and hundreds and thousands of strangers visiting them, including into their bathroom, because if they take the phone, they go with them. And then
Right.
we wonder what's going on? Why are you depressed? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing? Well, they have hundreds of other influencers inside
Right.
your bedroom, which you would never do that by opening your front door and saying, "Go ahead, go stay with my son or daughter up there." So we as parents, like my son is 18, we had a strict rule that the phones have boundaries. It's a tool you use, and I own it. You don't own it,
There you go.
right? I
You own it. You pay that bill.
Yeah.
And
So
they should be 12 or older. And I would wait on the smartphone as
yeah,
long as I possibly could, because those are the keys to the kingdom that they're just not ready for.
no.
Just think about, at what age do you want your kids to see some really hardcore porn?
Oh, I know. It's crazy what they can access. It's That's also something it puzzles me. Like when we were growing up, when you were growing up, there were age limits to what you can watch and what time things would show up on big screens or
Mhm.
TVs or radios. Now there is nothing. No filter.
No,
They're
no
24/7
filter.
available. So when did our society move over to a 6-year old can decide if this is a good material or not a good material to watch?
Right,
Like, how would they know? Otherwise, we should just give birth and send them off into the
right.
world and go, okay, go survive, baby, right? We don't. There's a reason why.
You you would be shocked at what they access. I had some spyware on my son, and the internet would cut off at 9 p.m. for all of us. It would cut off. And that was back before you could really do a lot on a phone and get cell phone coverage. But
Yes.
it helped, it helped create those boundaries. And my kids were younger. I mean, they didn't get phones until high school. They didn't get smartphones until much later, but they weren't available, So I didn't have that battle. And I feel for the parents because it's really hard. So find other people who believe the same way
Yes.
so that you have a partner, because it's really hard to be out there alone, being the only one. There are other parents that feel this way.
Yeah, you have to find that's your tribe, and always be that protection, right? Protection. Our kids don't cannot protect themselves. Whatever looks easy, whatever it's easy to consume, they're going to be drawn into it. And what also you said that was very important in your presentation, the algorithm. When you're
Right.
depressed, it shows you depression, more depression things, and things that will, like, isn't that so sad?
It is so sad. And
Like,
if you were to go out to Silicon Valley, they do not let their kids have phones until they are like well over 18. They are so strict because they know what's going on. They're
yes.
part of it.
Yes. So if you're feeding that to them, I mean, why we like the depression, more people, right? Like that's what's happening.
Right.
Your feed and my feed are different. Even my husband and my feed are different. We live together. It's not the same. It's about what you're
Yeah.
looking, what you're searching. Where did you stop for 2 seconds? Then you get that more fed into your scroll, right? So what is your child watching? So that's an important responsibility of a parent because it,
Right. Well, it's really hard to monitor that. It's easier to just have digital rules where the phone goes here. There are phones like the Bark phones, for example, and then watches that you can text them if you need to pick them up from a dental appointment. So those are kind of stopgaps that you can do before they get the phones, but and that's a whole nother presentation, but it does get
exactly.
complicated.
And also that one of the things you said today and which I practice as well is having conversation. Like, don't implement a rule and say that's my rule. Like when I told my son that I own that phone, he understood why I own the phone. I didn't just say I own the phone. It's because I'm paying. That wasn't the reason I gave. I said more things to him to explain to him the rule was being placed for certain reasons, and he understood, and he actually now brings it to me because he said, this is taking my attention away. I'm too distracted. And he brings it
Yeah.
to me. And he's 18, and he's done it even last week when he was here. He gave it to me. My mom, Henny, hold on. I never asked him. But because of the, the habit that he built, he knew when he has to get rid of that in order for him to get something.
Right.
And then now we talked about he's going to university. I talked about him. What about over there? I'm not there to bring it to me. So who would
Yeah.
you give it to? So he's actually said, I'm going to dedicate an area where I'm going to put it away in times that I can't control myself because I'm scrolling, and I delete some stuff off of it. He took Instagram off of it and things like that. So he did that not because I forced or I looked in his phone. What do you have? I've never looked in his phone or asked for his password or anything like that. I just set it up with lots of reason explanation why we're doing this. So that's not rule, that's actually a conversation, right? When you do that.
Right. Yeah. And I like what Catherine says about placing limits. It's not a punishment. So I think that's really good.
Yeah, is there any question for Anne Moose? Anybody else have anything else to add? I don't think so. They loved your presentation. You can see it in the comments. They loved your resources. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for sharing about your son. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Awesome. We have another presentation coming up. I know I took a little longer, but it was very important to talk about all of those things. And I hope anyone parents are watching this, do not take this as a blame. Do not take it as I'm doing it wrong. Do not take it as am I a bad parent. It really is not. It's a really a new problem we all have. Your parents didn't have it. They probably had it like you were watching too much TV. That's what my parents did. Other than that, they would just shut the TV down or to take the remote control away from you. But now that's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with so much more. As I said, I always use that analogy, like you don't let your child, someone into your child's room. Just think about that. If you cannot let somebody into their room, a stranger who comes and knocks on the door, why are we letting all this information and all these people around the world who are strangers to them have access to it? That's all you have to think about, and then you'll know what kind of structure you want to set up in your family. And every structure is different, every family is different, every child is different. So a lot of talk about here about modeling, it's also important. So we have our next guest. I have, oh, there we are, Maria. Coach Maria is here, and she's going to talk about before the labels, remembering who you really are. Welcome, Coach Maria. How are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome.
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Very, very good.
I'm very happy to be here, and I'd like to share some fun strategies and fun things. And one of the things I would like to do, I know we've all been doing breathing.
I want to introduce you. I want to introduce you first because I haven't introduced yet. she's
Sorry.
she's on it.
I'm starting.
I like it. I like it. I like it. Okay, she stands for protecting a child's identity from being buried under. You're gonna tell me, right? Tell us, right? She believes identity is shaped by something, which she did not share with me, so she's here to do that. She is committed to helping families rebuild. We will find out in her presentation. She is here to show us that when identity is honored, something very, very beautiful happens. So thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. It's all yours.
Thank you. Okay, so we were talking about breathing, and that was one of the things that I would like to do with you.
I love it.
I want to share one of my favorites. So what I'd like you to do is imagine your favorite flower with its favorite scent, and you're holding it in your hand. And you're going to inhale through your nose, a nice deep inhale as you imagine and feel the fragrance. So if everybody can just inhale and hold it and feel that fragrance. And then you're going to gently exhale. And when we exhale, end with a little smile. And I know that I automatically feel contentment. I can almost feel everything just leave me. All that tightness from all the stress that everybody's holding and all the anxiety. I want to do now I'm looking for that slideshow. Okay, here we go. So what I'd like to do is today I am also talking about labels, and it's going to be a little bit different because we're not talking about erasing the label. We know the purpose. We know why people want to have a label. It's about remembering who came first. So I'm going to ask everybody to just close their eyes for a minute. And I want you to think back to when your baby was a toddler, before the reports, before the labels. I want you to think about that belly laugh that bubbled out of them so hard they almost tipped over. The sparkle in their eyes when they figured something out all on their own. The way they proudly brought you a crooked tower of blocks and announced, "Look what I made." Their voice calling out, "Mommy" or "Daddy" from the other room just to make sure you were still there. Yelling, "Mommy, Daddy, look at me," as they did their scooter trick for the 100th time. I want you to just take a minute and just think about your child and what pops in your head when you think about your child. So we'll take just a silent couple of seconds. Now, if anything came back to you and you want to add that to the chat, because I know with me, a lot of reflection has happened since I've been working on this. And I looked back at my own son, and I've even thought about myself, and I'll get into that as well. So I want to share with you my very personal story. This is a story about a little boy that I knew, Ethan. It was many years ago. It was actually during the peak of the Common Core. It's when testing was very important to a lot of school districts. And I had this little boy in my class who was inquisitive. He was out of the box. He would take everything to the next level. So whether we did I read them a book, whether we did social studies, whether I worked on science, he always went a few layers above everybody else, even to the point where as an adult, my mind was blown. And I kept thinking every day, this little boy is going to be an inventor. This little boy is going to do something when he grows up. And then it was time for the writing assignment. And when I gave him the topic, they had a choice of a couple of things they can write. He only got like 3 or 4 words on the page, and I couldn't read any of it. And I was actually shocked because I knew what this boy could do. I knew who he was. He was stuck. He appeared to be withdrawn. Some may think he was defiant because he wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing. He was stuck. He couldn't move forward. Even with simple prompts, I couldn't get Ethan to move forward. So then moving forward, depending on where he was, some teachers might think he was defiant. Why aren't you writing? Why aren't you doing what you're supposed to be doing? Well, this really started to bother me, and especially when they started doing assessments for students to see where they were. Because my little Ethan came out the lowest in the class. Now, we were already in 2nd grade, mind you, so he's gone through a few grades. He was the lowest. But when he walked into that classroom, in my mind, he was the highest student in my class. So I knew I had to do something. And during that time, there were hearings about the Common Core and the tests, how they create this test. You have to get a certain grade on this test, and that means you're doing great. Well, I thought to myself, poor Ethan, he's not going to test well on that, and nobody will ever know who he is. So that really, really bothered me. And I think from that moment on, my mission was to reach those students that were being overlooked and were being placed in a box and expected to perform a certain way. Now, at that point, he wasn't an IEP. He wasn't his accommodations. He was an inventor, an engineer, a soul long before the labels. I had a tough job ahead of me. Oops, that's correct. Okay, so what happened was the system sees him as disruptive. He doesn't follow rules. He's below grade level. But he knows he's curious. He knows he's a creative thinker and a deep processor. He knows those things. And what happens is then his identity is distorted and we trade essence for compliance. But what if we stopped looking at the struggle and we started remembering the soul? What could happen? What could be and what could have been? And as I said, he's already in second grade. Thankfully, one of my gifts was to be able to try my best, which was very difficult in a large class, to try to get him to move forward. But with 25, 23 students, it was always very hard to reach those students. But I want to share with you some things that I would do to help bring that child back who's already there, Okay. And yes, can you think of the Ethans that you have? Can you think of the Ethans that you know? There's probably somebody that you know that you're thinking of right now. I'm sure there's somebody. So I want to share this picture with you. This plant on the right, and I know we've heard the word mind soil mentioned from a few different speakers. This plant on the right was at my dad's for many, many, many years. He had it on his kitchen table and it thrived. It was bright. It was happy. It loved that place by the window. Now, it's not doing too well, as you can see. I water it. It's by the sun. I open the blinds. I turn it. I just can't get it. I can't get it right. I can't get it to blossom. I can't get it to flourish. Because there's more than that. There's more than the water. There's more than the light. There's the nutrients in the soil. Is the soil too wet? Is the soil too dry? I have to go deeper to figure out how to help this plant thrive. And it's the same as students. We have things that we don't realize that they're missing. There are gaps. We have to fill those gaps in so that they can thrive. So that's what the mind soil is. It's all those pieces that we need before we can move forward. And my plant is a perfect example of that. Even though I think I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do, you just water it, you give it sun, it thrives. It's not thriving. So I have work to do to get that plant from moving. The first thing when you have a child like Ethan that you want to do is you want to create that sacred circle. You want them to feel safe. That's number one. If a child does not feel safe, if a child feels like they're not good at something, they're not going to be able to thrive. You want that child to feel heard, understood, respected, calm, and valued. It's when you create this that things happen. So that's the first thing we have to do. When we know that a child is stuck and blocked, that's where the blocks to flow comes from, we have to start to rewire their thought pattern and show them what can be instead of what is. One of the things that I do, I'd like to share, is a bracelet that I made, and I get to know the children really well, whether they're in my classroom or I'm working on them one-on-one, but I get to know them really well. This one says brave. So, and this usually comes from the student themselves, what they know about themselves. I can't get it straight now, but this is the bracelet. So one of the things we do is we might come up with a word that represents them. And then there's a pattern of colors. And we start to note the things that are special about them. Okay, so I'm a designer. I'm a builder. I solve problems. And when the student starts to get panicky or nervous, they can always, with this bracelet on their wrist, they can always take their hand and just roll those beads in their hand and remind themselves of all those proud things, all the things about them. This is Ethan telling the world he's proud of who he is. And there's more to him than his reading and his writing, and that will be fixed. And I know Allison also spoke about labels. And I just wanted to agree with her that just because your brain isn't working the way everybody expects it to work, it doesn't mean that you can't do it. You can do it. And we're going to figure out how to do it. So just remember that you're so much more than whatever that is. And part of what children don't know, and even teachers don't know, is how to get the parents, how to explain to children that what's happening in their mind, there's a reason. And once they know that reason, they won't stop. They'll keep going. As I say, that's what the people do that are in the Olympics. They're performing because they kind of know this innately. They know it. So they're able to push through and get through. So I'll get the next slide. Okay, so another thing is now we take all those gifts, all those things that we know about that child. And if they want, they can create their own superhero drawing. Maybe we can make a costume, just reminding them again. We want them to feel safe. We want them to realize that these are things that are important. These are things that they can do, and sometimes much better than others. So they are a superhero. They just have to know how and why, and sometimes that takes time, and that's where that sacred circle comes through. Talk to your brain was another thing that a lot of people talked about. He can't write. He's having trouble reading, but he's a problem solver. That's what he is. He's a problem solver. He will be able to do it. We may have a few more steps that we may have to do, but he will be able to do it. And that's what we have to remind children, that they're not there. And I know we all say we can't, we just can't yet, but they need to be reminded because they are so shut down and so blocked that they can't move forward. And that this is the first step in that unblocking process. So he is a problem solver. And that's just one thing that he might want to say. But part of what we do is we reframe their thinking and just change around a couple of things that they might say. Interestingly, when I was doing this, I really reflected back on my own life. And I thought back to myself when I was a child. And I said to myself, and I would love you all to do the same, what was I like as a child? And do you know what? I came back and I thought to myself, I could be anything. I wanted to be an actress. I thought back then that I could be an actress, to the point where I wrote a letter to a producer and I wanted to be the Bionic Man's daughter. I was sure I could do it. I explained in the script exactly how I would do it, and I eagerly awaited the response. Unfortunately, the response didn't happen. I could do anything. I was an amazing diver as a child, but then something happened, I think, in the transition through elementary and that adolescent stage, where I started to doubt. I started to get self-conscious. So I started thinking, well, I wasn't labeled. However, I was labeled because I labeled myself. I started to not feel safe and not speak in public. And this, for me right now, what I'm doing is huge because I'm putting myself out there. I'm doing something that I knew I could do as a child, and I'm trying to bring that back now. I kind of just withdrew myself. I'd listen. I might ask a couple of questions here and there, but I hated being in the spotlight. And now I'm putting myself back in that position. Why? Because I know it was a block, and I know now why it happened and why I was stopped. And the first thing I think of at this age is, why did I wait so long? There's so much I could have done in all the years. And now it's the time. So that's what brought me here. That's what brought me to speak. And that was something that I really reflected upon and realized through the whole process. If it's okay, I'd love to share a letter with the parents. I think I have one. I might have another. Before that, I forgot about my fun facts, because this is really, really interesting, and I think it's important. So when students are given positive labels like problem solver, creative thinker, or team leader, their brains often respond as if that trait is already true, increasing the likelihood that they'll act in ways that reinforce it. A really even more important fact is that negative academic labels can physically change how the brain processes information. Everything we take in comes in, we process it, it goes into our amygdala. And then what happens is, if it detects a threat, then energy is taken from your prefrontal cortex. And guess what that does? That helps us process. That helps memory. That helps us solve problems. So this is actually a scientific thing. We're not just saying it. So that's why this is important. You hear people say, oh, you're always complimenting them. I knew that I needed to make children feel safe before they can move forward. And that's what we need to do. And once they feel safe, then it's okay for them to fail. It's okay for them to know that when they fail, it's a stepping stone to getting the best feeling in the world, and that's succeeding. And I did get to the point with students that I work with that hated reading, they hated math. However, as we went through this process, suddenly the spark would go off and they would say, I got the first part. Instead of, I can't do it because the first part was a disaster. And then the first part wasn't enough for them. That's what it was. They wanted to make sure they had it all. So we just work on it little by little until they can get through all those pieces. And we show them that they can do it. And it's rewiring the brain. That's what we're doing. It takes time. It doesn't happen right away. But we are going to get rid of that negative wire. Again, there's a time and place for some of those things. And we're going to create the new pathway in the brain. That's what we're going to do. So again, I hope you've thought of children that you've worked with, maybe even in your family. And I hope that this little bit of information will make a difference. So as we started with our eyes closed, I'd like to end with our eyes closed. And I'd like you to just listen, because this is a letter to you. Dear parents, caregivers, who was your child before the diagnosis, before the IEP meetings, the therapy appointments, the progress charts, before the world measured their worth in data points and benchmarks, before they were told to sit still, focus harder, read faster, write neater, be more like everyone else? Can you remember? Can you remember that spark in their eyes when they asked why for the 100th time? The way they lined up their toys just so, their belly laugh, their wild ideas, their soft heart, their unfiltered brilliance. That child is not lost. They're still there underneath the overwhelm, the frustration, the behaviors, the shutdowns. They're waiting to be seen again, not for what they struggle with, but for who they are. Your child is not their diagnosis, not their label, not their lagging skill or executive function challenge. Your child is a story still unfolding, a soul with a rhythm all of their own. So today, pause the pressure, step out of performance mode, sit beside them without fixing, look through the noise, and remember, because the moment you see them again, they'll start to see themselves too. And that is when healing begins. Thank you.
Love it. Love it. Thank you. Thank you. Is there more slides?
So, sorry. Yeah, I do have one more. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes. So I made a PDF with some great ideas, a whole bunch of 10-minute ideas, quick, easy to do, that will help bring your child's spark back, that will help bring them to where they were. And I'm also offering a free 5-day deep dive coaching experience to the first 2 people who contact me if you're interested. And there's my email. So if you want the PDF, please feel free to do that, to send for that. And there's a QR code with my website information.
It's a lot of love. There's a lot of love for you, Maria, here. But there's a question here from Annie. Where can I find the journal link for this week? We'll provide you in the link, and then on that journal, you're going to find all of our coaches, all of our speakers' information as well, so you don't have to, copy. But before you go, Maria, I do want to ask you, because you've been talking about labels. So my theme is that we're all puppets, right? We have all these systems that have all these strings attached to us, right? So you saw this slide probably earlier, when I started. So this label, we want to help parents cut these strings, these invisible strings that are attached to us. What's some of the strings? They're sometimes very, as you said, and some neurological pathways are so wired and used, and so they're thicker. Some of them are thinner, right? Or some of them are just starting. So, what is one thing about label we can cut so we don't have to act as a puppets to any of these systems, and we can cut away? What do you think? One thing we can cut.
Definitely, I would say the mass consumption of the food and all the processed things that we're eating. I think that's going to help us. The parenting, I would say we need to work on making that child feel safe. I think once people understand why, that's the thing. Nobody knows why. They just see something that's not working.
Yes.
So I think we need to definitely work on that. Media, absolute distraction. So that needs to be in moderation. Scrolling through social media becomes more important than anything else. It'll be difficult to do though, for sure.
And part of the identity, I think, is the social conditioning that, if your child is not normal or whatever normal is, you fall under the normal, then you have to question their soul and question yourself, and then we get trapped. But that's a conditioning. This is how it is supposed to be, right? So instead, as you were saying, like, we need to look at it from a different angle, as you mentioned, right? So that's a string you can cut today, and that's why I asked you to have a scissors with you, because we can cut it and you can release it, and that conditioning. And this is very important. Why I brought this out is because anchoring is so important. There's so many ways you can do this, but anchoring, by physically doing this, you can really release some of the conditioning. And if you don't have a strings or anything, you can even draw a line and cut the paper. But something that anchors this will help you, and we'll do it throughout. So thank you, Maria, for being here. And nice to have you go through. I'm trying to get rid of this presentation mode, and I'm having a hard time. There we go. I figured it out. You see?
Thank you.
Just has to figure it out. Awesome. Anything else you want to add before you leave?
No, I'm just hoping that whoever was watching or listening will hopefully see their child in a different light and maybe think back to who they were and remember they're still that child. So I hope that will help them a little bit. And that's where we begin to build that new pathway.
Yes. And there is a question from Amy, I think. I'm thinking about the bracelets and love it. Is there a place to get the beads and with the words on them?
Absolutely. You can order them online. We have a store called Michael's, which is a craft store. So we can get them there. Very easy and accessible. So you can get anything online, and it is a great resource. The children love it. They absolutely love it, and it makes them feel special. And we work on the colors. Like, we haven't done that yet, but that's something that we will do. Well, some of my students, I should say, I haven't done that yet, where I give them the bracelet, or we have the bracelet, but we don't know what the colors represent yet. So as we discover them, that's when we talk about it.
Perfect. Thank you. That was a great idea. All of your ideas were amazing. Everything you shared. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And we have lots of love. Thank yous in here in the chat. Please go and connect with the audience. Thank you so much. And I'll bring the next speaker. So the next person I want to bring is Coach Tracy. You're here. I'm running a little late, but I'm running a little late for good part, because I had lots to talk about phones and parenting. It was very dear to me, those topics, and that's the protection and guidance that many parents this era needs, right, Tracy? So I needed to bring that. Can you unmute yourself? I can't hear you.
Absolutely, and the speakers have been great. I've been taking my own notes.
Awesome, thank you. So Tracy is here to talk about Decode the Storm. What behavior is actually telling you, is what she's going to talk about. But she is an amazing principal. But besides that, she stands for helping families see behavior as something which she didn't share with me before, so I can't share with you yet, but she will. She believes what we label as defiance is often something else. Are you sure about that? Because I thought defiance is defiance. Well, she's going to tell us. She is committed to giving parents the tools to decode. So I'm waiting for those tools. We want those tools. Tools are important, right? She's here for that. She is here to show us that when you learn to read the storm, something happens. Please tell us. Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks, Kohila. Before we start, I just want to ask you a question. Have you ever felt like you've tried absolutely everything? The books, the sticker charts, the stay calm plan, the thinking chair, the incentives, the consequences. Maybe you've even, as a parent, had your child assessed, received the labels, and administered the medication. Maybe you have already got the IEP or are in the process of advocating for one. You've asked for more support. You've done all the things. If you're an educator, a teacher, maybe you've also filled out all of the referrals and you've met with the experts. You've done everything. And yet your child still explodes. The school still calls home, and you still walk on eggshells around the house waiting for the next meltdown. And you wonder, what am I missing? What if you weren't missing anything except the language of the behavior itself? If you have a pen and paper handy, please grab it. Alternatively, you can put your comments in the chat if you wish. I'm going to show you some pictures. And I'd love for you to just think for a moment about what emotions rise in your body. What are you feeling? Where do you feel them? What do they make you think of? And do you feel compelled to do something? Look closely at each picture and place yourself in that space with that child in that moment, and then breathe and feel.
Share it in the chat. What are you guys feeling? Yeah? You want them to share it, right? Tracy?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Yeah,
that would be
please.
great.
Yeah, tell us.
What are you feeling?
I felt like the person who, like the bottom here, where he's pouting and crying. I'm like, what do you want? Like, what should I get for you? Like, it's like I want to serve him with something that could make him feel good, you know? That's what I felt. I went to him right there. That was where my eye went. So I want to hug them all. Allison, I feel sad. Lori says, anyone else? No feelings with these pictures?
All right, let's try these ones. Same activity. Put yourself in that place, in that moment with that child. Breathe and feel. So when you compare the feelings that rose within you with the first set of pictures to the feelings from the second set, what do you notice? Were they the same? Were they different? Why do you think that is? Perhaps the first group evoked feelings of sadness, empathy, maybe a desire to scoop the child up and wipe their tears and comfort and console them. What about the second group of photos? Did you feel the same sense of empathy? Probably not. These photos probably stirred feelings of stress, maybe a tightness in your chest, a twist in your stomach. Perhaps you had thoughts of consequences, and maybe you were thinking of how you would shut it down or distract and hope it went away or ignore it. Why do you think those feelings are different? No judgment, just awareness. So let's begin with a truth that lives in every parent's nervous system, but rarely gets named. We were told to stop the tantrum, to shut down the back talk, to fix the eye rolls, the door slams, the meltdowns. But what if every one of those behaviors was actually a message in disguise? Most of us weren't taught to understand behavior. We were taught to correct it. I can distinctly remember being in teachers' college many years ago and being told by my professor in a classroom management class not to smile until Christmas because it was important that the kids knew we were in control and we weren't there to be their friends. As parents, much of how we parent is based on how we were parented. And we were told to shut it down, to consequence it, to make sure that our kids knew how to behave appropriately. We called it disrespectful, we punished it, consequenced it, and then moved on. But I'm not here to help you fix behavior. I'm here to help you understand what it's trying to say. Because once you know how to decode the storm, everything starts to shift. Insight isn't just understanding your child. It's remembering that what we once called defiance was always a message. This is the shift. It's not a new strategy. It's a new lens. You don't need new rules. You need a new map. So I want to tell you about a boy I once worked with. We'll call him Jaden. He was 9, sensitive, brilliant, but totally misunderstood. He was the kind of kid you would describe as a handful, a high flyer, a behavior problem. He refused to do his own work most of the time and distracted everyone else so they couldn't focus on theirs either. He snapped at classmates, yelled and screamed. Sometimes he'd crawl under the desk, growl, or throw a chair. The adults called him explosive, oppositional, defiant, obstinate, disrespectful, non-compliant. But to the kids, he was entertainment. And so he got labeled difficult, violent, disruptive, attention-seeking. He never got invited to birthday parties. Every year, parents would send me emails requesting that their child not be placed in Jaden's class. And teachers felt a sense of panic when they saw his name on their class list. Even at home, his parents were desperate for anything that would stop the chaos. Chances are you know a child like Jaden. If you're a teacher, you have undoubtedly taught a child like Jaden. Perhaps you're a parent raising a child like Jaden. But the truth was, he wasn't acting out. He was protecting himself. His nervous system had learned through hundreds of tiny cues that the environment, whether it be home, school, out in the public, it didn't matter, wasn't safe. Not physically, but emotionally. The nervous system determines if we feel safe or not, and it isn't rational. And the perceived threat doesn't have to make sense to anyone else or even be visible to others. It could be anything, a rude comment from a classmate, a teacher's request to read a passage, a math sheet on his desk, or a parent request to get ready for school in the morning. Once we understood that what his nervous system was doing, everything started to shift. Let me introduce a tool we teach families. It's called the nervous system traffic light. You might have seen it used in other ways in the classroom. Perhaps you've used it in the classroom. Sometimes as a warning before a consequence is given or a privilege is taken away. Today, we're going to look at it a little differently through the lens of the nervous system. Green means the system is regulated. The child feels safe, connected, able to learn, and able to reason. Yellow means warning. The system is scanning for threat. The child may look restless, sensitive, anxious, or is quick to react. Red means survival. Fight, flight, freeze, or total shutdown. Once a child is in red, logic is gone. Language is gone. Learning is gone. The only thing happening in red is protection. And the part of the brain required for problem solving and reasoning is quite literally offline. It's kind of like trying to download a document without Wi-Fi. So let's do this together just for a moment. Take a big deep breath. What color do you think your system is in right now? There's no wrong answer, just awareness. That's the power of this model. You're not correcting anything. You're just noticing and decoding. Things start to shift. Jaden was in red most of the time. It didn't matter what it was. Every transition, every math lesson, every group activity, his system wasn't resisting. It didn't feel safe enough to show up in green. So what looked like defiance was a terrified nervous system yelling, "Get me out of here. I can't do this right now." It wasn't drama. It wasn't defiance. This was a child with no other way to say, "This place doesn't feel safe for me right now." He wasn't trying to get attention. He was trying to get connection. But his body didn't know how to ask for it with words. So it asked with behavior. And that behavior, that was his nervous system doing exactly what it was designed to do: survive. Have you ever wondered what your child is trying to say through the behavior that overwhelms you? We were trying to manage the storm, when what he really needed was someone to say, "This isn't a discipline problem. It's a nervous system asking for help." The first shift came when the adults around him started asking new questions. What color is Jaden in right now? And what helps him move from red to yellow to green? And most importantly, does he know how to do that? Has anyone ever taught him? And that single question gave us the ability to stop reacting to the storm and start decoding it. Now I want to tell you about another student I will call Eli. Eli was 11, gifted, in the 99th percentile. He saw connections others missed. His brain worked like a lightning strike, brilliant and fast. But he was also autistic. And in a school where his strengths were invisible because his behavior was considered outrageous, his reactions became weapons used against him. The other kids, they learned how to poke him, literally and emotionally. They'd whisper his name, blame him for everything, move his pencil, make small sounds under their breath, until eventually he would explode. And that's when the show began. The louder he got, the more they laughed. He became their entertainment and their scapegoat for almost everything. The adults around him said things like, "He has to learn to ignore them. He's too sensitive. He just needs to calm down." The problem is no one ever taught him how to do that. So this is where we introduce something simple but powerful, a technique we called talk to your brain. We told Eli this: your brain is smart, but when you're triggered, it's not thinking, it's protecting. And that's not bad, it's just survival. But you can help your brain make better choices. You just have to talk to it like it's your teammate. We practice together. Brain, this isn't danger, this is distraction. Brain, we're safe, we can walk away. Brain, don't give them the show. At first it was awkward, he thought it was silly. But we practiced, we made it funny, we made it his own. He named his brain, and he learned to have an internal dialogue when he felt the clouds moving in. And one day it worked. A student tried to set him off. Eli looked at me, he paused, and he whispered under his breath, "Don't give him a show, he's not worth it." He picked up his book and he walked away, took a break, no explosion. Later, he said to me, "It's like I could feel the storm coming, but I talked to my brain before it took over." That's what Talk to Your Brain does. It gives kids a way to recruit their executive system before the protective system hijacks it. Because the storms will come. But when a child learns that the storm is not the enemy, it's a message, then they stop fighting themselves and they start directing their own systems. And I'll say this too, because it matters. I've used Talk to Your Brain with my students, but also with myself, because sometimes it's our system that needs reminding that we're safe, we're learning, we're not in danger. And a prime example is the fact that I am terrified of public speaking. And here I am with you today. That took a lot of talking to your brain. I have been talking to my brain nonstop all day today. So think of something that causes you angst or anxiety, something you're afraid to do or try, and just notice where you feel it in your body. Maybe your stomach tightens, maybe your chest aches, maybe your throat feels tight. Now let's try this together. Whisper to yourself, brain, this isn't danger, this is a distraction. I can do this. Then take a big deep breath and notice any changes in your body. Yep, it feels weird, but it also works. It's the nervous system installing the insight, not just remembering it. I want to speak now to the parent or teacher who is sitting here feeling weary and defeated, because I think we've all been there. You've read the books, you've attended the workshops, you've listened to the advice of countless so-called experts. You've tried the sticker charts, the consequences, the planned ignoring, and you've asked, why is this still happening? And somewhere inside you, you might be wondering, is it me? Am I just not good at this? Why can't I reach this child? Why does it feel like nothing works? And here's what I want you to hear. You're not a bad parent or an ineffective teacher. You've just been given the wrong map. You've been taught to respond to the storm, but not how to decode it. And what if that defiance, that meltdown, that refusal to transition or complete the task, what if it's not bad behavior? What if it's brilliant communication from a child whose system does not yet have the words that it needs? Now, go back to the feelings that you felt when we looked at the pictures at the beginning of the presentation. If this child was a baby that learned to bang the table when they wanted more, you would say they were brilliant for finding a way to communicate before they had the words to do so. And yet, when an older child's system does exactly the same thing, we label it as broken. What if your child isn't fighting you? They're fighting for internal safety. And what they need isn't stricter consequences or planned ignoring. It's deeper connection and clearer decoding. This is what we think behavior is: chaos. But once we learn to read it, it becomes a map, a signal, a language. The behavior isn't defiance. It's a system trying to stay safe. And here's what I now know. Behavior is a map. And like any map, once you learn how to read it, you stop getting lost, you stop spinning in frustration, you stop blaming the passenger, and you start understanding the route. The storm doesn't mean something is wrong. It means something is speaking. And your child, they don't need you to fix them. They need you to hear them. And they need you to learn their language. When you do, when you learn to decode the storm, what once felt like chaos starts to feel like clarity. If you remember one thing from today, let it be this: behavior is not the enemy. It's not personal. It's the language your child uses when the words won't come. And like any language, you can learn to understand it. This is just the starting point. Every child has a unique storm pattern, and once you learn how to read it, you can guide your child back to safety faster, with less conflict, and with deeper connection. If you want to go deeper into decoding your child or your student's behavior, I'd love to connect with you. We work with families, educators, and schools to create custom strategies that fit your child's nervous system, not just their diagnosis. We can take what you learned today and turn it into a plan you can use tomorrow. And let's make sure that the next time the storm comes, you know exactly what it's saying and exactly how to help your child through it. Thank you for being here today and for joining this really important summit, for caring enough to listen, and for being willing to see behavior in a different way.
Amazing. Thank you. That was so beautiful. A map. And every child has their own route to their
Yeah,
soul.
if I had known then what I know now, I would have been a very, very different parent, a very different teacher, and a very different principal. So I hope that this message helps someone who's at the beginning of their journey or right in the thick of it, because there is a different path.
So let's until some questions come. Because when we look at it as behavior, and we also take in that in feed, right, input from that behavior as behavior, we're also sending our nervous system to get hijacked.
Absolutely. And children know how adults feel about them. They know if you like them. They know if you're angry. They know when you're frustrated. They can feel it. They can see it. They know. They know by our facial expressions, the tone of our voice, and they know by all the things we don't say. So it's so important for us to be able to manage our own systems so that we can show up as the best version of ourselves for our kids.
And through the shared energy field, when we're able to calm, we can share that calmness with them and we can bring them down as well, right? So they, as you say, they read so much of your energy. So the behavior, when we're so like used to be calling it behavior,
Mm-hmm.
we are not seeing the real root of the problem anymore. Just
No.
label, we say it's just a behavior. No, it's not just a behavior, as you said. It's a signal. It's a message, right?
Mm-hmm. We need to learn to read it, not just fix it. And that goes against everything that we've been taught. So it feels like a foreign concept. But the more we do it, the more natural it starts to feel. And then our default shifts from that desire to jump in and fix and correct to more of a co-regulation and an ability to model the strategies that we need them to learn.
Yes. We have a question from Lori. I love the traffic light. Do you have a version for other ages? Do you need to change for other ages, the model?
I don't think you do in most cases, but you can certainly personalize it for the child that you're working with. So I have a student who really likes anime. And so I would try to find anime characters that you can put in the sections of the traffic light just to engage the child with something that they're already drawn to.
And easier the model, the better to understand. We all know we're so used to the stoplight, and we also have a reaction to it. Even as an adult, I know what stop means, right? Like it's stop. How many times we stopped, right? So I think having that already memorized, the nervous system knows the feeling. What does stop means? What does the yellow do? Caution, right? We all know what that comes up, right? And green just means go. So I think keeping it same would be okay, but adding that extra specialization into what they like, I like it. I love it. I like it.
Sometimes kids are reluctant to engage with tools that we know they need. And so giving them that hook where it's something that they want to look at or interact with, excuse me, that helps sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Kim says, how can a parent get themselves regulated to show up for their child? Very good.
That's a good question. There's a lot of strategies that we need to learn as adults too. We have a lot of blocks ourselves that we need to identify and unblock. A lot of deep breathing and a lot of awareness of our own systems. And we have to know our own triggers because we all have them. There's certain things that instantly make us frustrated, or we can feel anger rising. And so if we know those things about ourselves, then we can do what we need to do to prepare for them and to override them when they come, and to regulate our own systems, so that we're not projecting that for our kids.
Yes, and the first stage is awareness, because we've been talking about this, right, Tracy, about these invisible strings I brought over today. So if you're a parent, you might be conditioned, right? We've been conditioned. We went to the same school system for compliance, right? So benchmark, we need to do this, you have to be like this, you should be this, you have to, right? All these have and shoulds we grew up with. So that is a string that came from education, your society, your parent might have passed a generational, right? So this is what I'm talking about. You have to cut those invisible strings that are holding you like puppet, acting as, or even denial, right? Of, I don't have a block, I'm perfectly fine, it's just my child can't regulate. But we have to become aware, am I regulated? Am I waking up each morning so excited, or am I waking up thinking, here comes another day I have to get over, right? So
Yeah.
what do you think? What string should we cut? What am I cutting now?
I think we need to cut the string that makes us feel compelled to fix a child every time we see a behavior we don't like. They don't need fixing. They need to be heard. They need to know the strategies that they can use. They have to know that they're not broken. That, just like the pictures, they're speaking without words.
Yes. So if you cut it, then you'll know how to be in that awareness state and align with your child and come into that energy field and share it. But awareness is everything. Anything else you want to add, Tracy?
No, that's great. Thank you, Kohila, for providing this opportunity. I have learned so much myself from watching the other presenters, and I certainly hope that that if you're a teacher or a parent, that you're learning a whole bunch of great things that you can use with your kids and your students.
Thank you. So important to reframe and train us out from that. It's just behavior. Oh, that kid is just bad behavior, right? This just needs to go. That language, like maybe we can
Absolutely.
ban behavior, like out of English. We don't use that word anymore. What else can I use, right? Maybe. But if you're thinking, in the chat or watching, and or you're thinking this is so silly that she's cutting this, I'm telling you, anchoring is huge. And you explained about talking to your brain. I have this thing where I snap my brain out of thinking nonsense. I'm like, we're done. We're moving. We're going, right? So whatever makes you anchor yourself, that's why I'm trying to anchor you, because if you can see that invisible thread that you've been conditioned and you're being moved as a puppet by other things, now you cut it away. Now you're free. Now you can be in the awareness state. So thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Yes. We have our next speaker. I'm a bit late, but it is all good, right? Little bit over time, but that's perfect. Just getting my slide ready. There she is. Coach Mary Beth, you're here. You are here to talk about healing isn't linear. Really? I mean, it goes like this? What is it? I don't know. She's going to tell us. It's layered, it's messy, and it's yours. So it looks different, I think. This is what she's trying to say. She stands for normalizing that truth has healing. Truth that healing isn't something. We'll find out. She believes revisiting pain doesn't mean, If I revisit my pain, I don't have to do something. I'll find out. She is committed to guiding people to see there's something, guys. We have to listen to her to find out. And she's here to show us that healing is not about becoming. It's something else. So welcome. Thank you for being here. All yours. Oh, you're muted, I think.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Thanks for
Awesome.
while you were talking. So
Yes.
anyway, yes, I've got a lot to share with our viewers today. I know we're running late, and I hope I don't go long. There was just so much information that I wanted to get out to everyone.
You just do what you need to do. Don't worry about
Okay, so I know that some people are either just tuning in, or there's some people who have been watching for a bit, and I just want to say thanks for taking the time to get in all this wonderful information that our coaches have had to offer. And the topic that I want to talk about is healing. So if we're going to talk about healing, we have to stop and think about, obviously, what is it that we need to heal from? And therefore, may be spending some time thinking about some painful memories. So I just want to create a space a little bit and be respectful that I'm going to ask you to think about things that maybe you haven't thought about in a while. And I want you to be patient with yourself and just take some space and to just listen and go with whatever emotions that might come up, because I'll talk about them and how we're going to deal with it when they come up. So yes, many people think that healing is a straight line. They think that it's the event of, this happened to me, or this happened over a series of months or years, and that was the beginning of it. And then my healing is the process of forgetting it, or just learning to deal with it, or accepting it, and then moving on in spite of what had happened. But it's not like that. You might believe that, okay, maybe I'll do a self-help book, or, I learned how to set boundaries now. I've learned how to calm myself if I'm ever triggered by, something that brings it up, and I should be safe. I'm healed. I'm done. But inevitably, sadness does return, and anger comes up, and even old patterns come back. And we find ourselves, sometimes it's easy to panic, and we don't know why. You might think, oh no, maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe I haven't dealt with this with the way I'm supposed to, and I'm not there yet. And oh my gosh, am I ever going to get over this? Is this going to haunt me for the rest of my life? But here's the truth. It's not failure, and it's not that you're not progressing. It's a sign that you're still healing. And healing isn't a race. It's a journey that circles back, and it deepens, and it changes you along the way. So I want to share a little truth, a little fact with you. And it's a very human truth, that healing does not move in a straight line. It's not a ladder that you use to climb out of a hole or reach to the light. It's a spiral. It goes round, and there's layers upon layers as we're returning to familiar places. But you don't return as the same person. You may hear voices, and, if you've shared your experience with other people, you may hear them say, oh, that was so long ago, leave it in the past. It is what it is, just stop dwelling on it, and don't be a victim, get over it. But those people, they share these words that don't see the quiet work that you're doing when you've been traveling, you've been carrying this with you as you're maturing. And even when it feels like you've circled back to the start, you're still growing. See, we can't erase pain without erasing a part of ourselves. So instead, we gather it, we hold it. We hold it, and we turn it over and find out what bits and elements that are in there that we can use to make part of the story that we carry as we're living this life in this spiral, this upward spiral. So no, you're not failing. You're becoming whole. You're integrating what had been, and you're finding those tidbits that show that you're strong, that you're resilient, that, what did you use to overcome something? And all of that is a part of healing. And it doesn't happen step A, step B, step D. So anyway, I want to share this element with you. But when we do, like I said, we're going to be sharing something that could be very sensitive. Maybe it's just something that bothered you last week. But for many people, this could have been something that was many years ago. And maybe it was just one incident, maybe a tragedy or, experience, or maybe it even happened over time. But I'd like to invite you to go back in a safe place and think about it. Close your eyes and just inhale very deeply as you anticipate putting yourself back in there. And then breathe it out, knowing that this is a safe place to talk about it. And I'll hold you and I'll carry you through this. And let's just breathe in one more time, nice and big. Out through the mouth. I know we've been breathing and it's so important. Okay. So as you're there, I'm going to lead you through an understanding. So after your breaths, hold in your heart and whisper that you and this moment are exactly where you need to be. You have permission to feel whatever you feel right now. And you are exactly where you need to be. And as I do that, I'm going to give you the metaphor of the staircase, a spiral staircase. Imagine you're walking up this staircase and you come to a step that you're thinking of right now. It brings a life-changing experience. Whatever happens causes these feelings of sadness or helplessness, pain, anger, shame, fear, any number of emotions. But in order to get to the next step above this event, your nervous system does what it can to protect you. And you respond to this experience by learning coping skills. You use mental reasoning. You use behaviors that help you get through it. So now you're taking that with you at the next step. And as you continue your life journey, and as you circle around, you may experience a similar event or the memory of the traumatic event. And your nervous system returns to that emotional scenery of you're back at grief or fear, guilt, shame, rejection. And you pause and you think, oh my gosh, I'm doing this again. I've been here before. But this is a different step. You're higher. You've had life experience since then and now. Although the memory hasn't changed, it's an opportunity for you to respond to that event in a different way. You have understanding of the memory. You may find more details that you didn't know before, details that you wouldn't have known in that moment in time because you were younger. But now as an adult and you have life experiences and maybe you've had some help, that things aren't as you thought they were, but there's still something to be learned from it. The behavior responses, the coping skills had a specific purpose at the time. Your nervous system did its job, but now it's time to realign that. And realize that the threat is no longer with you. The shame is no longer with you. The helplessness is no longer with you. That's down a few layers on the spiral staircase. So yes, you're looking at it. It's still a part of you. But now you're mature. You have a different perspective. And you find that emotions may change. But you may even at first sadness or fear might now turn to anger. Your sense of helplessness, though, may turn into resolve. You're seeing that same pain with new eyes, new tools, new strength. That's not relapse. That's a remembrance, and that's what integration looks like. We're taking this and making it part of you. It's an experience. It's still a part of you, but it's no longer controlling you. Okay, so that's our visual. And I'd like to go ahead and share a personal story with you and let you know a little bit of how this worked in my life. So I grew up in a home where, emotional safety wasn't really modeled. Love was present, yes, but affection and emotional validation were hard to find. And I learned early on that if I wanted to be seen, I had to please. I had to overfunction and overgive. I had to perform. That early conditioning unfortunately led me into a marriage in which affection and safety were earned. It was familiar to me. It looked emotionally safe from the outside, but it slowly ended up mirroring the same emotional distance of my past. I didn't know at the time how deeply my identity had been shaped by seeking safety in people who couldn't offer it. But years later, through counseling and healthy support systems, I was able to revisit my past experience. And it revealed that my initial understanding of acceptance was distorted. So knowing that, I was able to adjust my perspective. As we use as a coach, I was able to realign what my actions were for. And I eventually learned, that my value comes from a within and not from others. So in knowing this, I feel better, getting that realignment. And I knew the step was to leave the relationship. But that wasn't the end. That was just the first step, because I still had conditioned to behave certain ways. So even after progress, old emotions still returned, and I found myself people pleasing, feeling invisible or trying not to take up too much space. But this point, I was higher on the staircase. The thoughts were there, but now they had a different message. With a new perspective, I could see all the steps that I had climbed, all the accomplishments that I've made since then. And I had reason to be strong and continue my journey. My life experience gave me new tools to see myself through new eyes. So now I'm inviting you to think of your own moment on your spiral staircase. Now, as you sit in the moment, I want you to think about some of the emotions that are coming up. It could be painful. It could be something you endured over time. It could be emotion or an unhelpful pattern that seems to come up frequently, like it's connected to a painful event, but it's a behavior that comes up frequently, such as maybe self-doubt, constantly second-guessing yourself, over-planning, getting angry for reasons that no one understands, feeling fear when people think there's no reason to feel fear, loneliness when you're in a crowd, the urge to overfunction, to please, the need to control so that things don't get out of hand, the need to stay hidden. Is it the same emotional scenery of grief, doubt, and old triggers? Just hold yourself in that moment and sit with the feelings that it's bringing forward. If you need to, take another few breaths. I'm going to help you carry this into where you are right now, in the present, and it won't feel so heavy. So where are you on that staircase? Are you just one level up and go, oh, why am I feeling this again? Are you a little farther up, level 2, say, oh, this reminds me of when I was dealing this in my childhood. It's not going away. Or are you back? Oh, yeah, I know why I do this. It's because of what happened then. Or even farther up, we're like, yes, this is uncomfortable, but I can breathe through it. I have tools and I can make it part of my day. Well, using the blocks to flow, these experiences create something that's called a soul print. Okay. This event or series of events cause you to have an identity of yourself. It affects your mental, emotional, and energy. These are blocks that this may have caused in these systems, your mental system, your emotional system, which they're designed to protect you. So what are you protecting yourself from right now? What is your nervous system what did your nervous system learn so that you can deal with these uncomfortable situations? We focus on progress over perfection. The focus is upward movement and growth. It's not about avoiding the feeling. It's not about eliminating these emotions entirely, but we're going to reframe them into a healthy way. So when you're thinking of this event, what is your body saying? Do you feel the pain in your stomach, in your throat, in your whole chest, in your head? If your body is speaking to that, that's what we do to breathe out. We focus on that area and finding out what it is that needs to be relaxed. What is your brain saying? What can you name in that event? What clarity do you need? Your soul speak. What did you believe of yourself then that you know is not true now? We use these new words to re-identify what has happened. We are reframing this event or series of events or time to let you know it's not a backslide, it's a message. This memory is not to be forgotten. It's an opportunity to reframe your pain from a higher perspective. You're not broken just because you feel it again. You remember it because you're safe enough to take the good and bring it to yourself. What strength did you endure? Tell your nervous system, thank you for protecting me then, but now I got it from here. So wherever you are on this spiral staircase, know you're not back in the start. You're a level higher. You're a level deeper. You're understanding deeper. You're a breath stronger. As you experience the emotional memory, realize where you are. Your wisdom of your life. You arrive with more clarity and more tools and more capacity to hold compassion for yourself. This isn't a judgment of your behavior. It was there for a reason. It's not a block, because now you can take the tools and move forward. So now I ask yourself, what part of you is surfacing up because it needs more compassion? What do you know now that you didn't know then? Your younger self experienced this and only did what they knew, whatever tools they had available. But now, through coaching and support systems and professional assistance, you now have a knowledge of yourself that's much stronger than then. What new experience do you have that tell you that you're no longer need to control? You don't need to hide. You don't need to overachieve. And what can you see more clearly this time about maybe even other people involved? What tools do you have now that you don't before? And what do you want to be? Who do you want to be as you come around this? You're not the identity of the person who originally experienced this. You now are able to create your new identity. You revisit with a new perspective, just like you visit the same view on a spiral staircase, the higher position. Even though the feelings are similar, the situation, when you're in recovery and feelings are familiar, you now have new coping skills. And it's not all at once. You learn maybe one skill at a time. You'll come back again and learn something different. You'll come back again and have a different mindset. That is integration. That is taking the past and integrating it to the best self that you have. So why do we loop? Why do we have to do this? Well, I want you to think about the terms we've been using about mind soil. When your nervous system is finally safe, it's strong enough, you've had enough positive experiences that it knows how to hold high, you're able to safely bring up a memory that was once buried. It's not a betrayal of your healing. It's like a confirmation. You're ready. You're ready to deal with this now. So in your mind soil, think of compost. We put things that happen in our lives. It becomes part of our mind soil. Old wounds may surface, but not to rot and ruin you. But it's the compost that breaks down. What nutrients can you pull from this old wound? They break down. Those nutrients can nourish you and help you grow into something new. Your system isn't sabotaging you. It's now trusting you, saying, here, I have all this. What do I do with it? So now go through it, embrace it, look through it, find all the wonderful things that you've done that this experience has brought out. Use that. I'd like to borrow some words from Gabor Mate. He had a line that says, the essence of trauma is being disconnected with yourself. And what happens is if we're avoiding it and suppressing it and pretending it didn't happen or forgetting it, that's your disconnection to yourself. It's not helpful. He asks us to feel and acknowledge the pain and let yourself grieve the loss of your innocence or the loss of your love or the loss of the attention. That was a loss. Acknowledge it and know that you can have that now. Take that compost and pull out the loving moments in your life and let it fortify you to help you grow into this new blooming plant. So it's healing. So in closing, I'd like to say, I'm not giving you a how-to manual. It's a permission slip to find comfort as you heal and stop feeling bad about hanging on to the past. Stop seeing your memory as loops of failures. Be kind to yourself. And as you move through this healing process, you trust that that spiral is sacred. It's unique to you. Your emotions on this spiral are yours. So respond to them with wisdom and hold compassion and love both the person on that first step and the person 3 levels up. You're not broken because it hurts again. You're remembering deeper, integrating more fully, and becoming more whole. Healing isn't about becoming a new, happy person with no troubles. It's about remembering who you are and always been underneath the compost. You're walking the spiral one step at a time, one breath at a time, one truth at a time. So healing isn't linear. It's layered, and it spirals, and it's messy, and it's yours.
Love it. Love it. I love it. Thank you. The compost is amazing example. Sorry, I was echoing, so I had to stop. The compost, the soil is just get richer from the experience of pain, changing your pain into purpose. And what did I learn from it? It's amazing message. Thank you. Thank you. One step, one breath, one truth at a time. So take it slow because there's lots to learn from it is your message, right? There's a lot to learn from pain as well, right?
Yes, yes. So yes, it's not easy. And, and that's why, we as coaches kind of, guide through people. We can't tell people how to feel, or we can't tell them, what step is next. It's theirs, and it's got their next steps has to happen when they're ready for it, and when they feel safe, when their nervous system is once aligned. And that's not something you do alone. So, yeah. And sometimes it takes, but we need those other voices to remind us. It's like a touchstone, the people in our lives. We need to talk with them and touch base with them, so that they see us unlike we see ourselves, and we use that information to heal.
You touched on several of the systems that actually trains us and programs us and conditions us to travel with pain. One of your pain you mentioned was this relationship you built, that your parents, right? Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, it was, just, many people of my generation have parents or fathers who were in Vietnam. And many of those households were very affected by it. And it was amazing, even going to my reunion, finding out how many women my age really experienced fathers who had a very tough time. And so, like I said, I wasn't doubted. I was loved. It was just the outward portrayer, no acknowledgement, validation. I was always cared for, but the extra stuff wasn't there. And so I just grew, and, for a need for it, and desperate need for it. And I developed, unhealthy habits for, trying to, entertain, be somebody, my personality, I know is developed as a lot of trying to grab that attention that I once starved for. And so what I did is that I because I didn't have the validation, something was wrong. I had to do something different, and my validation came from somebody else. Am I okay? Am I okay? Am I acceptable? What do I need to do to have you like me, or be be appreciated? And it just came a point where it came out in my marriage, and realizing, wait a minute, this isn't how it's supposed to be. I knew, being a mother, about unconditional love, and it was able to give it, but I noticed I wasn't receiving it. So something was amiss. And so that's why, therapy really helped. And it really helped me recognize the patterns that I've learned, and how those patterns helped me back then, but were not helping me now. And then in developing, more, the tools that I needed to recognize, unhealthy behavior, and knowing that I need to remove myself from a situation, from my marriage, in order to be healthy, in order to have a good mindset, in order not to keep going back to the insecure and wanting person.
Yes.
So
your mask control, the parenting equated to obedience with love, and success
yes,
silence, right? So you have a thread, and you've been, I'm sure you started already cutting that, right? You're not proud of
yes,
it, but there's somebody here who might have that still attached to them,
right,
keeping them as a puppet, behaviors or whatever we're doing with that, right? People are saying, you act like this, you do this. That's from your parental upbringing, right? So that's a good one to cut. And some of it is, I took this big thread, because they're pretty much hardwired, right?
yes,
Ones are pretty hardwired.
yes.
Because,
I mean, we're in our parents' homes for, almost 2 decades, and that's all we know. And so unlearning some things is very difficult, and that's why it can't happen 1 or 2 sessions with somebody. It's over time.
yeah, they're loving your compost and the spiral staircase. Do you have something to share with our audience?
I do. And so in recognizing that everybody has this little mind soil, I'd really like to offer some 5 days. If somebody who contacts me through my email, if you contact me, I will offer you through this event 5 days for us to go through that mind soil and see what we can do, and figure out where you are on your spiral, and we'll sort of discover where you are and maybe make a plan for where you need to go. But just sort of reassurance, it wouldn't be a commitment, but it would just really take some time, just one-on-one with me and a guest or one of our listeners to take that time to dig through some mind soil and see what treasures we can find.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. You did amazing. Everybody loves it. Go and, interact with some of the
All right.
are here. Thank you. And we're going to take a break, and we will be right back because you might need some water, some break to the biological room. We'll be back. Thank you.
You followed the rules, tried to play the part, smiled on the outside, but it tore you apart. They gave you the label before they asked your name. You carried the silence, and they called it shame. You thought it was you, but it never was. You were adapting to a world without pause. The system never asked what hurt, never asked what was real, only taught you to behave and to bury what you feel. But now you see the cracks in what they called home. Now you rise from what they stole. They gave you the script before you could speak, told you to sit still even when your body screamed. Your child is not broken, they reflect in your fight, and you are the one who will turn on the light.
This isn't defiance, it's memory. This isn't dysfunction, it's a nervous system trying to survive. This isn't a phase, it's your soul saying, I was never the problem.
The system never asked what you knew, what you carried inside. But now you remember, you were never meant to hide. This is your voice, this is your truth, this is your return to the root.
You were always there, beneath the silence, beneath the stare. Not a fault, not a flaw, just a child who saw too much too soon in a world gone wrong. But now I see you, now I breathe you, and I'm ready to come back home. The diagnosis tried to define, but you were never that thin line. You were the dance, the song, the ache, the nothing
nothing scripted could ever fade.
You are not a file. You are not a failure. You are not a problem to fix. You are a memory worth returning to, a rhythm worth rebuilding, a soul worth remembering.
You were always there. I just forgot to care for the voice beneath the rose, for the root beneath the gold. Now I hold you. Now I know you. You were always whole.
Awesome. Welcome back. I want to ask you before I bring up the next guest, I was starting with the string, but now I have a rope. Who has something that they actually got conditioned from their parents or somewhere along when you were growing up, somebody conditioned and you got that tied to you and that's making you do whatever it's making you do or feel the pain like Mary Beth shared. What is it that you have that you could really cut it today? Do you have anything that you can cut? I want to hear it in the chat, because if you say no, I don't have anything, guess what? That's when you need to become even more aware of what that is. It's really important. So whatever it is, think about it. Get that scissors I told you to bring, and it's because it's so thick, it's now a rope because it's conditioned as so much, you need to cut it so you can be free. So now you can enter the awareness state and do something about it. So that's what this is all about. So if you don't have a rope or you don't have something to cut, as I said, you can always draw a line like this and cut the line of whatever that conditioning that you want to cut and release yourself. So tell me what are you cutting in the chat? I want to know. Now, as I bring the next guest, she's here waiting for us, just because I'm a little bit late. That is Coach Amy. You're here. How are you? Mute it, unmute that button, unmute.
There we go.
There
How
we
are
go.
you?
Very good. Thank you. Nice to have you here, Amy. And you are going to be talking about, you knew all along, trusting the knowing that was silent, right? Trusting the knowing that was silent. Thank you. I'm interested in that. But I do need to introduce you. You stand for helping families reclaim their something. We're going to find out. And you believe she believes inner truth is not something. She is committed to showing parents how to read their, so make sure you listen. She's going to share something very important. And she is here to remind us that our inner truth never, I don't know, please share with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kohila. It's such an honor to be here. We've had so much powerful content already. And this, I feel like my session is a little bit different. This is a moment for us to really settle into ourselves. I purposely do not have slides today. I want us to really feel some things today and really settle into ourselves. So, there is a part of you that already knows, you don't need any more information from me. You don't need me to tell you what to do. That's the essence of what I'm here to share with you today. So, there's that part of you that already knows, and it always did. But, somewhere along the way, the world has told you not to listen to that part of you. Maybe it might have been a teacher. I've been there. Maybe it was a doctor. I've been there too. Perhaps it was a parenting book. I've been there many times. So, maybe even it's your own fear of getting it wrong. And we've all been there. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not here to add any more to your plate, or I'm certainly not here to tell you that you're doing it wrong. That's not what this is about today. This is all about remembering what never left you. So I know we do a lot of breathing here, and we've done a lot of breathing here today, but we're going to do a little bit more.
We love it.
Let's just start by taking that deep breath together and blow it out slowly, either through your nose or through your mouth, whatever feels good to you. And then you can start to settle into your space, into your body, and into your breath. And while you do that, I'd like to share a little bit of a personal story with you. I am an educator, and I am a mom. And as a mom, I really thought that being an educator would prepare me for those school age years and all that they bring, because I've spent years in education. You know, I've taught every grade from kindergarten to 5th grade. I know kids. I've worked with hundreds of families. I've sat in countless meetings. I've talked about these families and their children in these meetings. And, you know, I know what those rooms sound like. And I've been the teacher sitting at that table trying to explain a child's behavior. The one that's sitting there silently wondering, what is that child carrying around that we just can't see? But I got to tell you, it's different when it's your child that's being talked about at that table. And you're on the other side of that table listening to all these things. A little bit about my son. He is brilliant. I got to tell you, he's brilliant. He's sensitive. He's creative. He's deeply loving. And okay, so I might be a little bit biased, just a teensy bit, but it really is true. And he's so full of light that if you just give him the space to shine, man, does he shine. So that's how I see him, but that's not what shows up in the emails from teachers or the phone calls or the behavior charts. That's not the message that I get. Instead, I'm told, you know, those labels that Tracy talked about earlier that are placed on kids a lot of the time. I hear those words: defiant, rude, disrespectful, even mean to other kids sometimes. We've had lots of detentions. We've had phone calls. We've had meetings, lots of time with the principal. And every time I walk this tightrope, you know, this line, I want to advocate for him. I'm his mom, you know, but I know what it's like to be the teacher in that meeting. And so I don't ever want to be like that parent. Do you know what I mean? The one that's like not getting it or refuses to see. So I don't want to do that. I want to trust my instincts, but all these voices around me just get louder and louder. So I sit in those meetings and those phone calls with two versions of myself. I have the educator who, you know, understands how schools operate and understands the expectations and what's required for learning to happen and for, you know, the school to run smoothly and all of that. I'm that person. I'm also the mother. I'm the mother who knows her child. And I know he's way more than those labels that are being placed on him, right? So I question myself. I question myself so many times, because when the system you're in is constantly saying, he's the problem, that's the problem. You can't help but start to wonder if, oh man, maybe they're right. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm just, you know, blinded by my love for him as his mom. And I just can't see what they're saying because I don't want to face it. You know, you really start to question your own self. But what I know deep in my heart and in my bones is that my child is not a problem to be solved. Right? We've heard that a lot so far in this summit. Children are not problems. They're not there to be fixed. And it's really important to remember that. He's not a problem to be solved. He's a person. He's a person who happens to not fit very well into a system that demands compliance over connection. I actually want to say that one more time because it's really important that we are
Please.
in a system.
Please do. Thank you.
Yeah, it's powerful because when you remember that we are all brought up in this system where compliance is valued over connection, what do you end up with? Right? But here's the thing. I didn't realize, and we've talked about all these things so far, right, in the summit so far, but here's the shift. I didn't realize at first how much all of this was impacting me too. My body would tense up in those meetings. I would go into protection mode, mama bear mode. But on the outside, I looked calm. I looked rational, very polished, even professional because, everyone at my son's school knows that I'm an educator. They expect a certain level of professionalism from me at that table. So I had been trained to override what I was actually feeling inside. There was a disconnect. I was disconnected from my gut feelings. And that moment when I stopped trusting what I knew, that's when I lost my footing. So what I've come to understand, both through my own healing and through working with other families, is that my nervous system was trying to talk to me, it was giving me signals. I just didn't have the tools to understand those signals and what they're trying to say. So I'd like to share a little something that's helped me reconnect with my inner wisdom. It also helps kids and families as well. It really helps in those moments where you feel overwhelmed or uncertain. And it's something I teach the kids I work with too. It's called your emotional dashboard. So if you think of your emotions like the dashboard lights on your car, right? When you see something light up on your dashboard, you don't think of it as good or bad or too much, it's just information. It's like, hey, something needs attention here. That's all. And your body gives you signals like that too. They're not good or bad. They're just information. So when I sit in those meetings at school about my son, my chest tightens up. My heart races, beats really fast. My jaw clenches. I sweat. All these things are happening with my body, my nervous system. And that is my nervous system offering me information. So those are signals from within me saying, this doesn't feel right. Or something about this situation is not aligned with truth. And maybe you've experienced those signals too, when you feel that tightening in your chest before a meeting, or that flutter in your gut when someone questions your parenting. That's a big one, right? If someone questions your parenting, we get that feeling that's like, ooh. You feel that heat rising up when your child is misunderstood. That's a big one for me. That's when Mama Bear goes full mode, right? When your child is misunderstood and someone is not seeing them for who they are, you can feel that in your body as a parent. That's your dashboard lighting up. That's information. So the problem is that we've all been trained to ignore all those signals. We override, we rationalize, we suppress it all. And we are trained to listen to someone else who supposedly knows better than you do, more than you do, right? You're trained to put logic over intuition. But when we do that, we miss really vital information that our nervous system is offering us. That intuition is everything as a parent. So tuning into your dashboard without judgment, that's the key. And I know other presenters have said this as well. That no judgment piece is super essential, because when you start judging your own signals, then you go down a different path you don't want to go down, right? You want to stay present. It's really hard, and it does take practice, but to stay objective and not judge anything that comes up, just look at it as information. It's a message, right? And when you tune into that dashboard without judgment, that's how you start to return to yourself. So when I started paying attention in this way, I began to relearn how to really listen, not just to what my son was telling me with his behavior, because that is something as well, right? Like, he's telling me a lot with his behavior. I need to listen to his nervous system signals, but I need to also listen to what my body is telling me, what my nervous system has to say. And it really starts with something simple. And our wonderful keynote, Ann Moss, talked about this a little bit this morning, and that is the power of the pause. And it's not a new phrase for many of you, I'm sure. Just pausing long enough to notice what your body is saying, to do that check-in, right? So what I'd like to do is invite you into a short pause with me right now. So if you'd like, you can go ahead and close your eyes or soften your gaze. You can bring one hand to your chest or one hand to your belly, or both. I like to do both, whatever makes you feel really grounded and centered. Take a nice, slow, deep breath in. Slowly let it out. Settle into your body. And we're going to start paying attention to those signals. We're going to scan gently through your body, just as if you're checking the dashboard of your car, just noticing. You don't need to fix anything. You don't need to change anything. You're just listening. What does your body feel like right now? Start at the crown of your head. Can you feel any tension there? Or openness? Move down to your face and your jaw. Is it clenched? Is it tight? Does it feel relaxed? Now let your awareness drift to your throat. What's happening there? This is a big one for a lot of people, the throat. Does it feel easy to speak your truth? Or is it a little stuck? Drop your awareness into your chest, your heart space. Does it feel tender? Is it guarded? Or is it open, ready to receive? Is anything lighting up there? Don't forget to keep breathing. Now we're going to shift down into our belly, right into your gut. Your gut feelings are called your gut feelings for a reason. What's the sensation there right now? Is it warmth? Is it nerves? Is it stillness? This is where our deepest knowing often lives, right there in your center. And remember, you don't need to fix anything right now. None of these signals are good or bad. They're just information. Can't say that enough times. You're just noticing. And this is how we begin to rebuild trust with ourselves, by listening to ourselves, taking this pause before we respond, react. Take one more breath right into that place of truth inside of you. And when you're ready, you can gently open your eyes. And that might have, sometimes a body scan can be hard. It might help to think about a specific experience when you do that, when you practice that. You could think of a specific time when maybe your child was misunderstood, or you can think of a specific time when your parenting was judged or misunderstood as well. That thinking of a particular situation when you're doing a body scan can give you the practice that you need if you're not used to checking in with those signals. So, what you've just done is pretty powerful. You're listening to something that most of us were just trained to ignore. And, I want you to know that voice you heard when you did that, that's yours. That is your voice. It's not a fluke. It's not someone else. It's not just emotions. It's your body. It's your wisdom. And you carry it around with you all the time. And the more attention that you give it, the more you practice that, the more it will tell you. And the better you'll get at recognizing those signals and knowing what to do with them. So, I think too that the system that we are all in does a great job of gaslighting all of us, to be honest. They tell us you're overreacting, or you're too sensitive, or you're imagining things, or you don't see what's happening, or you're just plain wrong. If you've ever been told you're just plain wrong. But I want to say this as clearly as I possibly can. Okay, you weren't wrong. You weren't broken. And what it really is that you were taught to trust someone else more than yourself. So it's time to come home to yourself. I'd like to give you 3 questions to think about. So if you want to grab a pen and paper and jot them down, you might want to reflect on these later. Okay, the first one is, what feels true? Not what is true, not what do you think is true, or not what someone has told you is true, but what feels true to you. The answer to that voice you hear when you ask that question, that's your inner wisdom. That's your knowing. Yes, time to come home to yourself. That's right. 2, your second question. This is a big one. For you and for your family, if you treated your inner wisdom as the safest place to return to, I'm going to say that one again. What would shift for you and for your family if your inner wisdom is the safest place to return to? And the third one brings it all together. What might happen if your child trusted their body again, their nervous system signals, because they saw you doing it first? We've talked about modeling earlier in the day. Modeling this kind of a nervous system check-in is very powerful for kids to see. It's safe to do. Sometimes it's hard to check in with your emotions, and kids are uncomfortable with that. Adults are uncomfortable with that too. It takes practice, But if you can model that, it can be really powerful for them. I'll just
Amy, can you repeat second question? The
a
audience.
second question. Yeah. What would shift? Yep. What would shift for you and your family if you treated your inner wisdom as the safest place to return to? It takes a lot of trust, right? Because if you are looking at your own inner wisdom as a safe place, you have to trust that it's safe. You have to trust it. So all that healing that we just talked about in the last session, it goes hand in hand, right? Because you have to start to feel safe in your own self, and that's part of your healing journey. But listening to those nervous system signals and really thinking about what they mean, what they're telling you, is really, really important. Do you need the third question again?
Yes, it's
Okay,
better. We
sure.
third one.
Yeah. So the third question was, what might happen if your child trusted their body again? They trusted their nervous system signals because they saw you doing it first.
Beautiful.
Okay. So what I know for sure is that voice inside you that knows the answers to those questions, it hasn't disappeared. It's been there all along. It has never left you, and is just waiting to be tapped into. It's waited while you've navigated the noise. It has waited while you've done whatever you need to do. It's waited through the overwhelm, through the doubt, the pressure to perform. And honestly, it never stopped whispering to you. It's always been there. And it's that voice that says, this isn't right. Or, what I hear a lot is, my child needs something different than this. Or, there's more to the story than what they see. That voice is not weakness. It's not a mistake. It's your wisdom speaking. And you knew all along as a parent, you knew, and you still do. And now it's time to listen to that voice. So I thank you, everyone, whether you're live or on the replay. I thank you for being here. Thank you for doing the brave work of remembering. It's hard work. It does take bravery. And I want you to know you're not alone on this path. There's many of us waking up to that deep wisdom that we carry around. So let's keep walking and knowing together.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. So you said a few things that were so powerful. Thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah.
And standing for your son and keeping your professionalism is hard, right?
It is hard.
It's one thing to be a parent, then one thing to be a parent and an educator.
Yeah, it's a balancing act.
Yeah. So what I love about what you said is the wisdom. Even the summit, right? We as collective coaches, we felt there's something not right now in the air. Like it feels in the air even, right? It's that uncertainty. All parents are questioning their parenting, questioning, am I doing this right? Am I, what am I doing wrong? When there is nothing wrong. It's just a new world.
Right.
New responsibilities, new way of parenting, new way of looking at stuff, right? So things have changed.
Things have changed, and there's so much that's out of our control. And as parents, we want to create this place of safety and security for our kids. And so much of the world feels unsafe and insecure right now. Yeah. So when you start tapping into that wisdom inside you, that's the safe place for your child. And they can feel that. They know.
And then trusting that wisdom yourself, because if you don't trust it, then you created a nervous system that's gonna be off like those lights you were talking about, the dash.
The dashboard. Yeah, that's why that pause is so important. And it's important to practice, not just in times of overwhelm or uncertainty, but in other times as well, because then when you can practice, just take a moment. It doesn't have to be long. We did a body scan for a minute or two. If you take a minute or two every day to just do that check-in, what's my body feeling right now? Even in good times, right? When things are great. Oh, what am I feeling in my body right now? That check-in, that pause, you're going to start to trust those signals more and more and more the more you practice.
Yes. I want to bring back the slide. Can you help me? Which of these do you think you were going through or want to cut? The puppet.
Oh, so many things. I mean, it's not on here, but I was thinking a lot about cutting the shame that
Yes.
comes
But where does
along.
that come from? Come through
Yeah,
the society, right?
right,
Society, the conditioning, the mass conditioning, society. Yes.
right.
So no one's answering in the chat. What do you think is going on? Did they not see these strings there attached to, or it's just you and I seeing it? What's going on? Because I've been asking them about sharing their what conditioning or which one of these strings they're cutting, and no one yet has said it. Is that denial, do you think?
Could be. I wonder. Denial is very strong, and when you're afraid to think about something, you just don't. You just put it aside. And, if you feel like you don't have the answers, you don't have the words, then you just go silent. But sometimes it might not be the words that are important. It might be the feeling that you have in your chest, in your gut, where in your throat. That's a big one for me.
For
That's,
me, it was too.
yeah, speaking your
Voice.
truth with conviction. That's here. And if it feels stuck or blocked, it's very hard to even find the words. So I think that some of that might be happening, and that's okay. We're all learning and growing here. And I think that, I, it might even be beneficial to go back and look at the replay of all these sessions, because it's a lot all at once. Your nervous system is taking in a lot right now. So
So
maybe go back and
Molly said, cut the shame. I
cut the
think that's
shame.
a great idea to cut the string.
Yes, that's a
Shame.
big one. Big one. We
And
don't need
Anne
that.
said she's got to think about it. Yes, that's where those blocks are. So it's good to think. Ruth says society. You talked about society, right? And
Yes.
mass correction is the biggest struggle with my auto immunity community. I think that's what she's saying. Tracy, yes, cut that string. I believe the strings are the pressures of everything, is what Misty says. Everything.
Yes.
One string is the school, the other string is your family, one string is the book club, and another string is society. Each string is how we are controlled. Yes. And
Exactly.
puppets
Each
moving.
string is how we're controlled. That's exactly it, Misty. And we are, as a society, we are conditioned to think a certain way, believe a certain way, and we don't know not to, of course. But
Mhm.
now's your chance to really think about, like, well, what's important to me? What do I feel? What does my child need? What does my family need? What do I need as a parent to do this, right? And
What
that's
about this one? This
what's
one from Kim is very important because we're part of this, correct
ah,
everything at the surface, right? The doctor knows better.
yes.
Like that's inner truth too, right? When sometimes your body gives you more information than the doctors can give you. So that listening, pausing, listening, scanning, that all of the stuff you talked today is so amazing for this. And I'm glad they all shared. Thank you, Ruth. We have mass control. We need to get that. Absolutely. So thank you for being here. Thank you for presenting and sharing. So continue. There's a lot of messages for you in the chat as well. Look at them and respond to. Do you have something to offer our audience?
I do. I'm offering 5 days with either a child or parent. where we can really explore that inner ecosystem and uncover the root of what's going on. We can really look at that emotional dashboard. We can practice taking that pause together. We can figure things out, what's going on for you. And then we can create a plan together and really figure out what to do about it. So
Yes,
5
do
days
something
to work
about it.
together.
Do something about it. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for the gift. Thank you, Coach Amy. We'll see you later in the chat. If you can stay and chat with us, we'll love to. And I'm going to bring my next guest. That is Caitlin. Coach Caitlin, are you here? You are. You are muted. I want to hear your voice. Welcome. There you are.
There
Now,
I am. Thank you. It's
awesome.
good to be here today.
Thank you. So, what ends with you? What ends with you breaking the cycles of love and not shame? Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Breaking, yep, with love and not shame.
With love and not shame. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Coach Caitlin stands for ending generational cycles, not through blame. What do you mean? I don't have to blame? You got something new for us. She believes breaking patterns begins with blaming yourself, no?
It
Okay, I'm
was
just,
at one point.
she is committed to helping parents heal their own. It's very important to listen to this. She is here to show us that you can stop the cycle without something. So I'm excited to hear this part. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm here talking about inheritance, right? And talking about cycles. And so I just wanted to start with asking if anybody in here has ever found themselves hoping that they wouldn't become their parents one day. Anyone here listening with us today ever experienced that? Man, I know that I grew up thinking about that a lot. And I didn't have bad parents, but they were going through stuff and they said things and they did things that I didn't always love. And whether we said it out loud or we kind of kept it to ourselves, oftentimes we kind of have this quiet vow inside saying, I'm going to be different than them. I'm going to do better than them. I'm not going to repeat those things that were done to me. But the thing is, a lot of the stuff that we're carrying, the reactions that we have, the arguments maybe we reenact, or the situations we find ourselves in, it's not really necessarily things that we choose, right? They're things that we actually inherited. Stuff that was passed down, not just in things that were said, but maybe things that were never spoken, in silence, in tension. There was a lot of that in my home. In the way love was shown or sometimes withheld. Maybe some of you have started to notice the way certain words come out of your mouth and they don't quite feel like yours. The way your body tenses and it reminds you of someone else's that you know. Even just noticing that, I want you to know that's not small. That awareness, that is the start of something really powerful. Because that means that you are already healing your lineage. As Kohila said at the beginning, I'm not here to blame the past. I've done it before. Spent a long time blaming things that were said to me as I was growing up on my current behaviors. But today I'm here to honor those things that have been passed down and instead offer a softer way forward. So I want to share a story. A few years ago, a number of years ago, I was teaching during probably the hardest school year of my life. We lost a math teacher right away. All of our classes got consolidated. My class sizes were above 40. And these students were coming to my classroom managing really big emotions, trauma, behavioral needs that were not being met. It was chaotic. It was heavy. Every day kind of felt like too much for me. And there was this one student, Zango, and he kind of became someone I leaned on, not officially and not consciously. I knew better than to do that, but he was engaged. He was respectful. He was participating in the actual math. He was just one of those kids that I could count on to make the day feel like it would go a little bit smoother, right? Make me feel like I am doing my job well. But as kids do, one day, even Zango was talking too much in class and I snapped. I can remember saying something to him like, Zango, this isn't like you. Why are you acting this way? With the tone and everything, you know? And immediately I saw his whole energy shift, right? His posture, his face. He completely shut down. He wasn't being defiant. He was hurt by me. And in that moment, I could hear my own mother's voice. What happened to my sweet Kate? Growing up, when I was emotional or having a hard time, my mom would often say things to me like, where did my good girl go? And I know she meant to call me back to myself. But in those moments, what I was internalizing was that I don't get to be messy, that I have to be okay all the time. I look back and I can see where I learned that role. My mom was in her own storm. The year before I was born, my mom had lost her sister-in-law and her father to cancer. She miscarried my twin, and in that season of just unimaginable loss, I had become the one bright spot of hope. And then I was an easy baby. I was a reliable toddler. I was the third of 4 kids, but the one that she could actually count on not to add to her storm. And without either me or my mom realizing it, being easy kind of became part of how I showed love to my mom, right? And part of what she relied on to get through her days. My mom didn't demand perfection from me outright. She really didn't, right? But she did demand it of herself. She was hard on herself when things weren't just right. She apologized for not being more, for not doing more. She wanted so badly just to get it all right, to be the best mom ever. And I watched and I learned. I learned that love and worth came when you were easy, when you were good, when you were impressive. That's the thing about our emotional inheritance, right? It's not just passed down in the things that are said. It's passed down in the things that are modeled and what is mirrored to us and what is unsaid but deeply felt by us. And so in that moment, when I snapped at Zango, it wasn't just about Zango. It was about the part of me that still thinks she has to hold it all together, just like my mom did. And that's what I didn't want to pass down anymore. Zango didn't need to carry my storm the way that I carried my mom's. He deserved space to be messy, to be fully himself without the fear that one day where he wanted to goof around a little bit and chat with his friends was going to completely undo the trust that was built between the two of us. So I asked him to stay after class that day, and I told him how sorry I was. I simply shared that I remembered from my own childhood what it felt like to be on the receiving end of words like that. And I said something like, Zango, the truth is you didn't deserve that. Sure, I expect the best from you because you are an amazing kid, but I don't ever expect perfection. And your behavior today will never change that. And I shouldn't have snapped. When I said that, here's the cool part. It wasn't even just for him. It was for the little girl in me who had learned that she had to be perfect to be safe. And it was for my mom, who I could finally see not as someone who demanded perfection, but as a woman who had been surviving really deep loss. And yeah, it was for Zengo. Because in that moment, the cycle stopped with me. So I'd like everyone to take a moment. Can you think of a time when you snapped? And it wasn't really about the child in front of you? Can you think of whose voice you were channeling in that moment?
I'm going, yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, you can think of that. Yeah, I appreciate that, right? It happens to us all.
Because
You hear the
I
words
told
coming
the
out of
same
your mouth, and they're not yours.
I told the same thing when I got pregnant. I'm never, like, even before that, when I was thinking, like, when my dad would punish me or say something, I would like, I would never do this to my kid.
Mm.
I'm going to never do that again. Never. And then I speak to my son sometimes and like, that sounds like somebody else.
I've heard that before, right? Oh man, we all do it. And it's so easy to get caught up in the shame about that, right? Those things that we swore we would never do, we'd never say. And that power is in just noticing it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Instead of getting caught in that shame and either blaming those people that sort of taught it to us in the first place or shaming ourselves for now inheriting it, we just notice, right? And we notice it in when our kids don't just reflect the words back to us, right? They reflect our entire nervous system. They reflect our energy and our emotional inheritance. I saw it in Zengo that day when he just melted. And I could feel that from when I was a kid, right? And so sometimes when we're overwhelmed, like we do start relying on certain kids to hold it all together for us. A lot of times with the same kids who learned early how to be emotionally easy, right? It's that mass control, that mass conditioning, told to be easy so that we can receive love and value. How to take care of other people's comfort, right? That becomes a responsibility for certain kids. I realized myself that day that in the classroom that I was expecting Zengo to be okay, not because he was misbehaving, but because I wasn't okay. Right? I was in a storm. I felt like I wasn't doing good enough. I wasn't enough. I wasn't being enough. And the way I snapped at him, it wasn't about him. It was about my stress and my overwhelm and my longing to feel safe and secure, which I often found in being perfect, as mirrored by my mom. That's the thing about these like inherited patterns, right? They can be sneaky. They're not always the big and obvious things that we inherit from our parents. Sometimes they're just these little small voices, right? The words that we reach for when we're feeling dysregulated. It's in the pressure that we place on a child, either our own or a student, just to hold it together because that's the pressure that was placed on us. And then we hear our parents in our mouth. So this is the shift that I learned though. And I could see it clearly and not with the shame and not blaming. I could choose differently moving forward, right? I didn't have to blame my mom. I didn't have to blame myself. I didn't have to be about that. All I had to do and what I got to do was interrupt the pattern, change the script. So now when I feel that same tension rising, I can ask myself, am I asking this child to be regulated so that I don't have to be? I wanted to be intentional about the nervous system that I'm mirroring to my kid, to my students. And I want to know when I'm saying things, when I'm feeling dysregulated and I'm speaking to these children, is the voice that I'm using even mine? Is it what I think is true? Or is this just something that I inherited and something that I have the power to choose not to pass down to the next generation? So just want to invite everyone, to the parent or the teacher who's trying so hard to not become what they came from. I see you. I know that. And I want you to know that you do not have to become the opposite of your parents. And I'm sure most of us who also said at the beginning, we don't want to be our parents, know there are so many beautiful things we have inherited from our parents as well. We just have to become the realest version of ourselves. The one who can stay present, right, in the moment and not spiral into shame and blame. One who can apologize and repair instead of getting combative. And the one that doesn't have to shame themselves for learning. So I'll leave you with 2 questions. My questions today are, what would change if you trusted that your awareness is already healing your lineage? Just in knowing, being aware of what's going on, like you're getting to break generational cycles of hurt that have been passed down. And second, what if breaking the cycle isn't about blame, right? Blaming our parents, blaming the teacher that said that thing to us, blaming, the society and the way that it's told us how to behave. But instead, it's about bravery in each of those small moments. Healing doesn't always look loud. Sometimes it's a quiet choice to pause, to apologize, to speak to a child the way that you wish someone had spoken to you. So what ends with you doesn't have to end in shame. It can end in softness, in apology, and in love. Yes, absolutely. So the first question I asked was, what would change if you trusted that your awareness is already healing your lineage? Just that awareness, being aware of your behaviors, your actions, that sometimes the things that are coming out are not our own. And just being aware of that is healing that lineage.
Could you say the last part there? You went too quickly. I didn't catch all the words you told us to remember.
Of course. So healing doesn't always look loud.
Okay.
Sometimes it's the
Doesn't
quiet.
always look loud. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes it's the quiet choice to pause,
Mhm.
to apologize,
Hmm.
to speak to a child the way that you wish someone had spoken to you.
Yes. Yep.
What ends with you doesn't have to end in shame. It can end in softness, an apology, and in love.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any
Thank you.
questions for Caitlin? Anyone have any questions? So Amy says, I think that's so powerful to speak to a child the way you wish someone had spoken to you.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's, it can be so easy to fall into that sort of cycle of blaming those things that kind of hurt us. But choosing to see it as an opportunity for awareness, right? How did it make me feel when I heard those things?
Yes.
Right? Being able to see it mirrored and say like, oh, I remember feeling that when I heard words similar to that. And I don't want to choose to put that on this child in that same way, right? What is the thing that I needed to hear in those moments? I think it's an amazing way to just not only, as I said, heal yourself and kind of heal the person in front of you, but heal even the past and whatever kind of brought the person who said it thing to you that maybe hurt, brought them to the place where they're saying it, because they probably heard it before themselves too, right? And it
And
said
then
that.
when you take the blame away, it becomes such an amazing, so many lessons within that, right? But the blame just kind of blinds everything.
Yeah.
But when you take that away, then you just see through all of
Now there's opportunity, right?
Yes.
Instead,
Yes.
blame keeps you kind of stuck, right?
When you asked what is it that you carried, I wanted to like come in and say,
Oh,
but
yeah, tell me.
interrupt you. What was mine was my biggest one was judgment,
Hmm.
because my dad always judged and compared. You're not better. You're not this. You're not that. And what are you doing? Right? Judge, 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 judge. You don't walk right. You don't sit right. Right? Judge, judge, judge. So I thought, like, as I grew up, like I always told, I'm not ever gonna be my dad, right? Like, I'm not my dad, like.
Yeah.
And then I always had this, I would just judge people.
Hmm.
And then when you judge others, from that experience, I picked up judging is, became my trait, but I couldn't call on it because I wasn't aware at that point, doing it. Because of that judgment, then if you ever have that of judging others, guess what? Because you judge so much throughout the day, all day spent on judging, then you judge like that judgment comes to you, back to you, and then you can't do anything. You paralyze yourself because you think all of the ways that others going to think about you. And we have all these stories I create of what are they thinking? What would they think if I stood like this? What would they think if I moved my head like this? What if my hair was like, what would they think about my hair? All these things. But none of this is happening because everybody's busy.
Nobody cares.
It's my imagination that I'm such a big I'm being judged, so I just live in that cool world thinking, well, all these judgments. So one day I was visiting Dubai, and there was a ceremony that was happening on the beach, and then they said we have to build this and then we're going to burn it. It's like the Burning Man. They were there. That was part of them, but it was a smaller event. I didn't go to that, but it was a part of another event. They were there to showcase that. So a mini version of that. So they said, we're going to give you all these supplies. You're going to build something as a team, and then you're going to write something, and we're going to burn this. Well, within my denial, I'm like, I got nothing to burn. I'm cool. I was judging the actual building, like that wasn't, she placed it wrong, that was what I was doing. And then immediately I had this awareness, I am the judge. I constantly judge everybody on how they walk, what they wear, how they sit, what they're doing. It's like constant. Then I think they're doing it to me, right? So I immediately, when that awareness hit, sometimes it comes through the source, right? Either God or the universe brings you the thing that you need to really become awareness with. It came to me on that beach, and I immediately wrote down judgment. Judgment is going today. It's going to burn, right? And I burned it. And rituals, I don't know if anybody believes that or not. It's so important. It's such an anchoring, because that word was so strong for me. It was daily. Like I couldn't even stop it.
Yeah.
That was heavy to me. So since that day, that was like about, I think, 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, I don't have any problem with it. I can catch myself immediately. Oh, hold on a second. What we are doing? What are you doing right now?
Right.
Who are you to talk about anything else? Just cool it. So I'm able to catch it right after. So we've been talking about these strings, right? So that judgment was my big thing. Where did it come from? My parenting, right? The mass control, obedience, success is silence, right? So you've been talking about some generational things. What do you want to cut, Caitlin, today?
Yeah, I mean, I think that mass control and mass conditioning were big, right? That sort of idea that I needed to be obedient or be acceptable, to be, comfortable for everybody else. And that would be kind of how I would, be loved or valued, or there would be like worth instilled in me, because I was not causing anybody else any problems, right? I was not being part of their storm.
Yes.
So those are the strings I'm wanting to cut today. So
yes, let's cut it. And perfect. I have to be the judge of everyone. Who am I to judge? just mind your own business, right? Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Anything else you want to add? Lori says perfection, right? Perfect, being perfect.
Yeah.
When you remove the blame, growth begins, right? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anything else? Did you talk about already what you're giving away? Yes, we did. Yes.
I don't think we did actually. So
Oh,
I
okay.
do
So I'm
have, no,
daydreaming.
that's fine.
Tell us.
Yeah, I have a detailed resource for you. It's called Breaking Cycles with Love Toolkit. It's just filled with tools and tips you can start using today to create more safety, connection, ease at home. So if you send me an email, my email address should be there with the word toolkit in the subject line. I'll send it right to you. And you would also be entered to win my 5-day nervous system decoding experience. So
Beautiful.
we
Thank you.
can uncover the things that are going on underneath for you or your child or whatever. We can break these cycles together. Yeah.
Thank you. I love it. I love it. We have to break the cycle. We have to cut the thread. We have to cut the rope. Some of them are ropes that you need probably those other scissors to cut
Right.
with, the
Right.
garden scissors, because they're so big that you can't apply the scissors. But thank you so much, and
Yeah.
thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to the rest of the summit.
Yeah, and then her information will be in the journal as well. So don't worry about if you didn't catch her email. We will have it in the journal. Thank you.
Awesome.
I
Thank
have
you.
Bye-bye. I have my next guest, Coach Sarah. You're here. Come on up. Awesome. Perfect. How are you? Welcome.
Hello. I'm fantastic. How are you?
Yes. So you have your title as Come Back Home, the soft return to self. I love it. Love it. Come back home. Thank you. So Sarah stands for guiding families back to, I wonder if it's home, but maybe not. Let's find out. She believes every nervous system deserves something. She is committed to helping parents and children create blank. I don't know. She didn't tell me. She is here to show us that the journey home to yourself can be. Please tell us what can be. Can be what? Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me, Kohila. I'm excited and grateful to be here. This is an amazing experience this week. I just have to say, I'm so thankful for everyone's vulnerability this week. There's been some very tough and heartfelt moments and insight into other people's lives and experiences. And it's hard to do this, but it's so important to see that we're not alone and no one's perfect. Right. So thank you to all the presenters, and thank you, Kohila, for your work and awareness and shifting perspectives. So, and thank you to everyone watching, whether you're live today or watching the replay later. We're getting close to the end of day 3 here, right? And there's been a lot to digest, and you may have various emotions that have come and gone or are just lingering under the surface. And I'm here just to gently guide you in slowing down and to offer you an invitation back to yourself. Because there's a place inside us that's been waiting to be welcomed back, not forced, not rushed, not to perform, and not to fix, just invited. So this isn't a strategy, it's a remembering, it's a return. And before we begin, I invite you to pause and place a hand to your heart and take 3 deep, gentle, unforced breaths. I like to breathe in through my nose and breathe out through your nose or through your mouth, whatever is comfortable for you. Now whisper, I am safe, even when I soften. So a while back, a child in my life began to say something that really shattered me. It was, I hate myself. I'm a bad kid. And honestly, I wasn't sure how to handle it. I initially told her not to say that because how we talk to our brain matters. And it does. It absolutely does. You've been hearing about the talk to your brain model. But this child didn't stop saying those heartbreaking words just because I told her to stop. Or because I later tried to logically explain and bring understanding as to why it's important to talk to ourselves and about ourselves with patience and kindness. And she still didn't stop when I disagreed with her, right? Telling her, trying to convince her with my reassuring words that she's not a bad kid, and of course she's so very loved. And even when I attempted to use humor in the moment to lighten the harshness and the hurt of those words, nothing I was trying seemed to make a difference. Nothing was landing for this child. Instead, she continued to occasionally repeat those words in frustration. I hate myself. I'm a bad kid. I knew I needed to try something different. I realized I had been trying to comfort her from urgency, not from calm. And instead of reacting to her outbursts the next time, I chose to slow down, take a deep breath, and respond. I tried a different approach, one rooted in softness, presence, and safety. I said something like, "You're telling me something really important by using those words. You're having such a hard time. You're showing me something is really upsetting you, not just a regular upset, but big, big feelings. I see how hard it is right now, and I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." In that moment, I stopped trying to fix her. I just stayed. And you know what? She instantly softened. Her emotions became more regulated. Her breathing slowed. And eventually, well out of the moment, we could dive deeper into those big feelings without shame or judgment, but for understanding. And honestly, to my knowledge, the child hasn't said those hateful words once since that moment of softness, safety, and presence. She didn't stop using those words because I asked her to or because I tried to force her to stop. She came back to herself because I stopped asking. I stopped trying to control her expression, and instead, I just stayed present. So that moment with her reminded me that I do this to myself too, right? I rush to reassure, to fix, to explain, when what I really need is to just stay with what's here. Have you ever felt that way where you just long to just be heard, not fixed, not helped? That's what this child needed. And maybe that's what the child inside of you still needs too. Many of us, myself included, of course, we can recall a moment of frustration, right? When we just wanted to work through our thoughts or express something heavy, and we were met with judgment or shame, or maybe even a well-meaning friend or partner trying to fix our problem or tell us how to handle it. When what we really want and need in that moment is to simply feel seen, feel heard. Because with simple, quiet presence, whether within ourselves or with someone beside us, safety and softness and healing come with it. We're able to pause, slow down, and regulate. Noticing the mind-body connection, listening to the thoughts running in our heads. When we make space for that pause, just give ourselves the grace to slow down and truly hear ourselves and what our mind, body, and heart are telling us, there's peace that comes with that true presence. So what shifted for that child wasn't what I said. It was how I held the space. Because presence nourishes more than correction ever will. And for me, when I felt myself rushing to fix, I had to remember, I'm safe, she's safe. This isn't about being perfect. It's about staying present. So try it with me now. You're invited to hold space for yourself and whisper to your own system. I don't have to be perfect. I just have to be here. So let's create a micro ritual, a 30-second return to self moment. If I can get that slide put up there, take a screenshot if you'd like. There's just the simple steps, right? You're invited to join me. Close your eyes if you're comfortable with that. Place one hand to heart, one to belly, right? You should feel your breath in your belly, not your chest. And we're going to take 3 slow, deep exhales. And now whisper, I am safe even when I soften. My presence is enough. So now that we've grounded ourselves, I want to speak to you, okay? The one who keeps pushing, holding it all together, powering through. You know who you are. Have you considered this? Being the strong one is often just the one who never got to rest. Not because you wanted to be invincible, but because no one ever showed you softness could be safe. So let's reframe that idea of being the strong one. And I want you to truly hear these words and kind of let them wash over you. You don't have to work harder to heal. You just have to offer the part of you that left a safe place to come home to. Remember, your nervous system isn't broken. It doesn't need fixed. It's just waiting for your presence. Now, I know Amy spoke earlier about tuning into your own body and nervous system using the power of the pause. And she walked us through a great body scan exercise of noticing what's happening in our body, awareness from the top down. But I would, right now, I'm not going to repeat that for you, but I'd like to invite you into a simple reflection. So my next slide can be brought up. And you can, just think about this internally or in your journal, or maybe put it in the chat if you'd like. What would shift if you let softness lead? For me, I know when I think about softness leading, I can physically feel a release from pressure, some tightness in my body, in my chest, back and shoulder area, wherever you hold your tightness and your stress. I can physically feel it leave or lessen. We want to slow down and feel that shift. Right? Let's free ourselves and our children from a legacy of emotional suppression masked as strength. because you don't have to earn regulation. And you don't have to deserve rest. Now, this lens, this reframe, was really hard for me personally. I think our culture really prizes pushing ourselves, over-functioning, staying composed even when we feel like we're drowning. But the truth is, it's not only admirable, it's a need that we've forgotten to not only set boundaries, but to ground yourself, to breathe, and to be and feel present. Beyond the return to self micro ritual we just walked through a moment ago, give yourself permission to do one small thing for yourself that gives rather than takes, right? Like lie down for a few minutes in the middle of the day, or walk barefoot outside, pray, journal, reflect, whatever you need to do that helps you ground and come back to yourself. Okay, so this new perspective, the reframing of what it means to be the strong one, it often resonates with a lot of moms and parents, right? Those in leadership. Again, you don't have to deserve rest. You can be soft and safe. And safety to me means things feel right within you, right? It's that inner peace and calm and confidence in who you are and the path you're walking. You know the feeling. Many of us connect that feeling with spirituality, God, and worship. Maybe you feel it, or perhaps you feel it outdoors in nature. That's safety. It isn't the prize at the end of the performance of holding it all together as the strong one. Where from the outside, we look like we've got everything together. That safety you're looking for, that you need, it's in your presence. And the permission you give yourself now and in every moment you choose to lead with softness. And you can still be the strong one, right? Just redefine it. Be the strong one because you're learning to let go of what was never yours to carry. And I have a mantra. You're invited to repeat this mantra after me. And again, take a screenshot if you'd like. I'm human. I'm holy. I make mistakes. And I still love myself. I'm safe. I'm soft. In closing here, so my pastor once said that the most common reason people return to faith is simply because someone invited them. That's the power of invitation. Welcome, belonging, hope, love. So now you are invited not to have it all together, not to do more, not to prove more, but to come back home to yourself. We all have a deep longing inside of us for connection and safety and presence. This isn't about fixing, right? There's no shame, no push. It's about returning. And when we offer safety instead of pressure, the return happens on its own. We don't force it, we allow it. So join me in one more breath. And let this breath carry you home.
Love it. Let's let the breath carry you home. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Love
Let
it.
that breath carry you home.
Let that breath carry you home. They love your all the slide with the mantra. Somebody said they needed that. They love it. You're gonna save it. So lots of love in here for you. Like the rest that you need to deserve. right? We tell ourselves, I gotta deserve my rest. Who should I ask permission, right?
Right. That was actually a big mindset shift for me to think we don't have to deserve rest. We all deserve rest, right?
Yep, yep, absolutely. Any questions for Coach Sarah? Any questions anyone has? That third breath carrying your hand. Love that. Beautiful message. So, Sarah, I've been putting this slide up. What about yourself? What are we cutting? What
Yeah.
are we letting go, or a rope, or a wire? Who knows how we wired up, right? So, what are we letting go?
I feel like we can cut away performance. I know that's not
Performance.
on your slide there, but I've been thinking about it because I've been
Well,
watching.
where did we get performance? Where were we demanded performance? The education system, right? The compliance, the performance, train
Absolutely.
children to meet their benchmark and not become themselves, right?
Yeah,
There's
and even society's pressure, right? We
that society, yeah, parents.
valued with our from our performance. We get our value from performance in society, and you know, we don't have to perform. We
But
all
performance also comes in parenting, right? Because how many of us parents are like, even as coaches and when I was a tutor, parents would bring their children to me and be like there's a magic pill for this solution and they should perform anyway, like we're giving them coaching. Sometimes they blame the child that we're giving you tutoring, how come you're not still getting good grades, like what's wrong with you, right? That kind of conversations, right? That's
right.
performance, right? It's
Yep,
parenting. Yeah.
absolutely. That's what we maybe see the most as parents or in education or in society. That's what we see from people, I think.
Yeah.
And instead of looking deeper at the person.
Yeah. But also, have you noticed that if I ask myself like end of the year, like like accomplished, I would know not count things that are not like huge performance based. I would discount them as that's not a big deal. But I did this, I had that done. Like even in that mindset, right? In that how we frame our success, right? It's all performance based, right? If it is, then it's not success.
Absolutely, I agree.
So let's cut that. And our people who are watching and listening to us, whatever you need to cut it away because you gotta let it go. So you don't have to live in the puppet world, right? Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah,
We
and
have the panel coming up.
to say
Anything you want to add? You have something to give away? Sorry. That's what I was gonna ask.
sorry, I just wanted to thank you again, Kohila, for the opportunity to share and be involved in this movement. And let's continue walking the journey together with everyone who's here today and who watches the replay. So,
Yeah,
um,
could you share with us what you're giving as a
sure,
gift?
I just put my email up there and just contact me if you want to, continue your family's return to the roots. Right, we're looking for peace and joy. Everybody wants that for ourselves, for our children, for their futures. Um, parents can just contact me through my email.
Awesome. Thank you. Return to roots and rediscover peace and joy. Love it. Thank you for your gift. Thank you for being here. You shared amazing things and you have lots of love in the chat. I'm going to bring our panel. That's the next. Thank you, Sarah. So we're at the end of day 3. Wow. Right? It's been 3 days of this, and I hope every one of you is experiencing it in your nervous system. That was the whole I wanted you to experience this in your nervous system. That was very, very important for me, more than just gathering information. Because gathering, you can gather from online. You can go to ChatGPT, just tip of your finger. You can find all those information. We didn't want to bring information. I hope you're feeling that. Can I get a yes or no in the chat for that? Are you getting that? Are you getting, like, is it passing through the skin into your nervous system, or can you feel it? From all of our coaches, they've done amazing job preparing this, getting over their own fear, right? It's not easy, right? Presenting, coming, sharing vulnerability is not easy, right? So they've done amazing to make you feel like I can also share my vulnerability. I can also share this because I can also show that I do have these visible strings and ropes and wires, maybe, who knows, right? How hard they are wired to you, that these are holding me as puppets. These are making me act in ways that I don't want anymore. I now know the awareness. So thank you. So I want to bring up my journal. This journal is important. This is very sacred journal. I used to tell my students when they had their little notebook, I would say, this is your sacred journal. This is your sacred dictionary, because then you put in everything that you will need later, right? So if you're going through this, the day 3 content is here. We're adding to the book more every day. So there is Anne Moss information. If you go down, take notes from her. Her information is down below as well. And then every other coach has their own space where you can take notes, and their information is there. I know here it's hard to catch all their emails or their website or whatever they're sharing. They all shared amazing gifts. So I would like you to make sure to download this. It's in the link. It's actually pinned, I think. And if you don't have it, you can email any of our coaches or success codes, holistic success codes, and we have it. Yeah, it's the journal is pinned to the top of the page. Thank you. So amazing. So let's our coaches are back here because we do want to do the panel. That's how we're going to end. So let's bring them all. Welcome back. Oops. Awesome. Thank you. Here we are. Did all of you make it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, you did. Awesome. I have to count. Awesome. Thank you for coming back. So I do have some questions for you guys. Are you guys ready? This is performance time. How about that? It's performance. And judgment. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
We cut that string, Kohila.
Okay. Awesome. Maria, is she here?
I am here.
I want to talk to Maria. Maria, I want to ask you, how can parents reconnect with the version of their child that existed before the pressure of labels and benchmarks came along?
They can start by honing in on their strengths and the things that their child enjoys, and connect with that. Maybe sit down and build with them. Or my son used to love to skateboard. I didn't skateboard with him, but I went with him and I talked about what he was doing and I watched what he was doing. Be part of what they enjoy. I think that's the first step. And from there, once you get that connection, then you can move forward.
Absolutely. Thank you. The next question is for Tracy. What is one common behavior that's often misread as defiance, but it's actually communication?
Oh, there's so many. I would say when a child refuses to do a task that a teacher has asked them to do, it's immediately interpreted as defiance, but it could be so many other things. The work might be too hard. The child might have a block when it comes to that subject area, and it doesn't matter what the work is, it's the subject area. It could be a lot of things like that, but that is the one that's often looks the most like defiance or oppositional behavior.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Next one is for Mary Beth, Coach Mary Beth. How can parents support their child through the 2 steps forward, 1 step back moments of healing? Because you talked about the spiral steps, right? It's
Yes.
Mary Beth. Yes.
Well, what they can do is just really sit with their child and take some time and help the child think about themselves and about the accomplishments that they have done, and pointing out areas of strength, things that they're doing currently or things that they've done in the past, so that they're able to make the steps forward using confidence because you've pointed some successes out to them. And then if they take the step back, it's because they're not good at that new step yet, and allow them that grace to come back and say, that's just fine. It was your first time. We'll try it again. So 2 steps forward and 1 step back is still progress, but always point out their accomplishments to give them that confidence. So if there is a hesitation or a point where they need to return to safety, then allow them that. allow them that so that they can get up the next courage to make the new steps again.
Yes, love it. Thank you, thank you. And Coach Amy, what are some signs that a parent is overriding their intuition, and how can they reconnect to it?
Ooh, that's a tough one because sometimes we don't know that we're overriding that intuition,
Where
right?
would I feel it? Would I feel it somewhere?
Yeah,
Like
you're going to feel it in your body. You're going to feel it in your body somewhere. And that's where it's really important to do that check-in, to do that scan, to do that power of the pause, right? You have to check in with what sensation you're actually feeling, because when you're overriding that intuition doesn't go away. It's still in there. It's still sending those signals. So you might feel just off. You might feel like really angry. You might walk out of a situation feeling like, man, that didn't go the way I thought it would go at all. Or, it just feels like off balance, off kilter. Pay attention to that feeling, because that's where the wisdom is. You dig below the surface of that feeling of like, this is off. It's not quite right. Something isn't happening the way that I think it should. That's where it is. That's what you need to do the digging.
Yep. And it's also a nag, right? It's kind of a nag. You are overriding it and you feel it as a nag behind it, and you're like, I wish it would just go, but it doesn't. It's there, persistent, right? Yes, thank you, thank you. Next one is for Caitlin. What's this first step? What's the first step in breaking generational cycles without carrying the blame? What's my first step?
Yeah, I think it is necessary to do some reflection, right? I think the temptation is to, either we look back on our past or our experiences growing up and we just start blaming everything and blaming everyone and blaming the whole experience, right? Or we're just shoving it all down and pretending it didn't happen, right? And pretending it doesn't affect us still. And sort of being able to hold it and like reflect back on what were experiences that I had that maybe impacted me in negative ways. What were things that I experienced that impacted me in good ways? But being reflective and kind of noticing where we come from, what our parents have experienced, what their parents have experienced, stuff that maybe we don't remember, but it's been passed down in our bodies, and just kind of being aware that those things might come up. And so then we can notice them when they do, right? So then when we are maybe reacting in a way that feels unfamiliar to ourselves, to our true selves, right? We're able to kind of go back to that reflection that we've done and say, I remember thinking about that before. This is coming from that space. And just because it's coming from that space doesn't mean it has to continue in this space. And so that really that awareness and reflection, thoughtful reflection that doesn't go to blame, but also doesn't ignore or pretend it's not there.
Yeah, and when you were speaking, I heard your compassion for your mom. So much compassion for your mom. You said she went through a lot, and that's why what she gave you is what she gave you. Like there's no at all, nowhere in the scale of 1 to 10. There was never a blame in that sentence. Feelings or even the energy carried.
Which is super important and powerful for me to hear that you say that, because I spent a lot of my life blaming her. I really did.
Yeah, you work hard.
And that just tells me that, I've done that work. I've done some of that work, and it's really,
You're free.
It's good. It's good to know, right?
Yeah. But that's because you didn't go. The blame is always that way, right? We're blaming the system. We're telling they're doing it. That the system's doing it. Government's doing it. But I'm even with our whole movement is like, what can I do, right? It's this.
It's so much more empowering to know that I get to do something about it, right? Oh, I can actually step into this space and bring light and love and joy and goodness and forgiveness, right? And change the script, right?
Thank you. Yeah. Amazing. Sarah, you are my last question here. What's one gentle practice that helps a child feel at home in themselves again? With the child.
One simple practice is, we're going to come right back to the breathing, I think. Just taking that pause. And for some kids, depending on their age or what they're comfortable with, I know that my daughter will she wants to do box breathing, and she can name some of the tools. But I think breathing, space, just pausing, slowing down, right? Because sometimes in big moments there might be like that, I'm not gonna breathe, with kids. But learning to pause, because that pause just means so much. It gives you space to think. It gives you space to get your regulation your emotional regulation under control. I think taking the time to teach kids to pause, just slow down. And there's so much, technology and things right today that there's so much that happens all at once, or constant input. So kids and even a lot of adults don't really know what it feels like to slow down and pause. So I think that's the most important thing to keep your kids in.
Thank you. Pause. Breathe. Right? It's important. So I want to give our people that are here, what I want to share with them is your rooted reminders. So, Maria, can you share with us your rooted reminders so we can take it away? Go home with it. Can you hear me? You're muted. That's why I can't hear you, but you can hear me. That mute button. We love that mute button. You're muted. I can't hear you yet. Maria, you're muted. Sorry. Oh, I think she's not hearing us.
All right, you're going to love this. So, the one thing that really hit home and continues to hit home today is we are not perfect. And the important thing is to show up. You may make a million mistakes, just as I did today with my mic and reading the wrong thing. But show up, get there, and get yourself out there.
Can you see our rooted reminders?
Yes, and that I was reading them. Yes.
Okay, please read them. Thank you.
So definitely identity is not defined by labels. It's revealed through connection and curiosity. Absolutely. And that's part of what I was saying about my labels. Absolutely. Yep.
Keep going. It's all yours. All three are yours.
Oh, all right. See, again, I'm following through with this not being perfect.
I love it.
When a child's identity is seen, their confidence grows naturally. Safe mind soil is where identity takes root.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Next is Tracy. Can you share your rooted?
Of course. Behavior isn't defiance. It is, I can't see them now. I can only see my own face. Behavior isn't defiance. It's the nervous system speaking in its own language. When we decode the storm, we stop reacting to it and start understanding it. And connection creates the safety a child needs to move from protection into learning.
Yes, I wanted you to say these powerful rooted reminders so that they can get, because we hear so many things, right? But I want you to come back and share with us. Okay, thank you. Next is Mary Beth.
Yes, my rooted reminders are feeling old pain again is not regression. It's your system trusting you to hold more. And healing is a spiral staircase, not a finish line. You return to the scenery with greater tools and more compassion. And the loops are not breakdowns, they are integration, composting your old wounds into new growth.
Awesome. Thank you. Next is Amy. Your rooted reminders.
Yes, your inner truth speaks through your body's sensations. And these are not just emotions, they're information. You weren't wrong. You were taught to trust others over your inner truth. And when you trust your inner truth, you give your child permission to trust theirs. I think that's so powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. Then we have Caitlin.
Yeah, so what we heal in ourselves, our children don't have to carry. Breaking cycles is an act of love, not an act of shame. And you can honor where you came from while choosing a different path forward.
Yes, absolutely. And Sarah?
Coming home to yourself starts with safety in your body and environment. You don't have to rush healing. Gentle returns create lasting change. And a soft return is not weakness. It's the nervous system's doorway to strength.
Beautiful. I love it. Thank you. So today was day 3, right? So what did we do today? We remember what's true. We had so many coaches here shared that with us. Today wasn't just about learning, it's about remembering. Not who the system told you to be, because we all know the systems that told us to be certain things. We've been talking about these systems, right? But who you already are beneath the roles, the labels and the survival strategies and the protection things that we put over. We stripped away the noise, we cleared what wasn't ours, and we made space to come back home to self, to the truth, and to connection. That's what we did today, right? And I hope you're all feeling that. You may have realized what you thought was defiance was a cry for safety. What you thought was a failure was misalignment. What you thought was your job to fix was your invitation to feel. Right? You're not called to fix. That is an invitation to feel it. Through the lens of identity, insight, integration, inner truth, inheritance, and invitation, our coaches has helped reveal what's been quietly running the show, right? What is running the show? The MC systems that I keep talking about, it tells you you are who you are before you've had a chance to become, right? It tells us who we are before we get even a chance to what I'm going to become. It prioritizes performance over presence. We've been talking about it all along. Silence is the very knowing that meant to guide your child and you, right? It's silence is the very knowing. That's what Amy was talking about, the inner truth, the knowing. You know it, but it's silence that to guide your child or even yourself. So we talked about the puppet. I showed you a slide. I think yesterday I showed you a slide like this, right? So we've been going on a journey. I hope you're feeling that journey. We're in day 3 of that journey. So the first day we was feeling what's true. Now we're the misalignment was day 2. Now we're remembering. We named them so we can what? Cut them.
Cut them, yes.
Yes. We named them so we can cut them, because the moment you see the strings, because that's awareness, right? The strings, knowing that's there, it's holding, is that awareness. So the minute you are aware, you're no longer just the puppet. You are the one holding the scissors. You guys have scissors? You are holding it?
Scissors.
Yes.
Yep.
You are. You have the scissors. You are holding it, right? We can cut it. We can cut it. This is very important because we are in an era where this is what I'm talking about. We return to roots, about where we have roots that are tangled, right? Anyone feel the tangled roots? That the world feels like it's very tangled, right? So the growth can't happen when it's so tangled, or it's just unrooted. We're just floating. We have no home. We're just floating. All information, everything shows up, and we're just floating with the information, noises, and do this, do that. This is the trend. Don't do this. Don't do that. Do this, right? So we gotta really know which ones to cut and untangle and release, so we don't live in a world like this, right? So today we pause, right? We mastered the pause. I think a lot of people has shown us how to pause. Rest your hands now on your lap and let your shoulders drop and listen to what I'm going to say. You were never meant to be held up by all these strings. You agree? We were never meant to be held up by all these strings. Strings of compliance, strings of performance, strings that taught you safety. Things that taught you safety came from control, and worth came from doing. Let me say that again. Strings that taught you safety came from control and worth came from doing. So keep doing. You're worth more. Keep doing, right? But the moment you see the strings, you are no longer just a puppet. You are the one holding the scissors. We talked about that just now. So I have a ritual phrase here. I think I shared that in the morning. I see the string. Do you see it? I see it. You see it in your life? Right? I see this string. I want to cut them. So I'm going to say this as I'm doing this. I want you to name the system. We talked about all the systems that are keeping us in this string, right? That's moving us as puppets. So I cut what's not mine because many of these are not yours. It's not yours. You may think it's yours. You may have created more story to make it yours, but they're not yours. I no longer perform what isn't true. I no longer carry what my nervous system didn't ask for. This string ends with me, so I don't give it to anyone, right? This ends with me. So what I want you to do is, if you have the scissors, I told you to bring one. And those of you who are in the chat, I told you earlier that you need a scissors and some string that you can find at home. So I cut the string of whatever and I return to myself, is what we're going to say. That's the phrase. So what are you cutting? What string are you cutting? What are you going to cut? What are you going to cut, Caitlin?
Yeah, I'm cutting the string of mass control, right? And choosing to not live in shame and just be myself and whatever that looks like. So
Return home. And how about Tracy? What string are you cutting so you can return?
I'm cutting the string of control as well, and releasing the desire to feel like I need to fix everything.
Cut. Free, right? And then Maria, what are you cutting, Gray?
Also control and just getting it out of there, because again, we don't have to be perfect. We don't have to be set. We don't have to be the set standards that keep being presented to us on a daily basis.
Yes, absolutely. How about Amy? What are you going to cut?
I'm cutting the string of compliance that gets in the way of our intuition.
Yes. What about Sarah? What are you going to cut?
I'm cutting the string of performance.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank you for doing it with me. Awesome. Nice to be with us. Exactly. It's a powerful energy, right? What about Mary Beth? What are you cutting?
That's a tough one because going through them, I think compliance hits closer to home because of, me wanting to get the approval of, but yes, definitely compliance, letting go and letting me be my genuine self and being okay with who I am.
Letting go. And who I have not asked, Caitlin, right? No, I have asked Caitlin. Sarah, I have asked. Everyone I have asked. Right? I'll let go. So let's see what the audience are saying. Can we? Should we? What's not? Yes, I told you the audience over here are maybe in denial. I'm thinking they don't want to tell us. You gotta let go something. There has to be something. What do you guys think?
It's hard to identify sometimes when you're not in the practice of identifying these strings. The awareness is, I think, might be the hardest step, because if you've gone your whole life without this level of awareness, without even seeing the strings, and then all of a sudden you're being asked to cut one and you're not even sure what they are. That's hard. That's really hard. And I get that. So
yes.
you have to really, really sit with this, I think, for a little bit.
Yes. That's why I got some reflection so I can help them out.
Yes.
Do it. Because I knew it's going to be hard. So I came prepared. Where did the system train you to shrink and hide? Maybe that's the string that we need to investigate. When did I start performing instead of living? Anybody ever did that?
Mm.
Yes.
Yes, that masking.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We all do it sometimes.
Yes. What part of me is buried to stay safe? Don't take
Mm.
risk. That's very risky. Do not do that. Just stay safe. Be an employee. Do not start your own business. You know, all those voices, right? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Who would I be without the strings? Who would I be if I didn't have any strings attached to me as a puppet? Who would I be? Cutting the string. Yep. Freezing. Yeah. Stand in my truth. Yes. Thank you.
Mm.
What did I believe I had to earn that was already mine?
Mm.
That's a
I can
big
see.
one.
Yeah, that's huge and deep. But I can share one because I thought I had to give to earn love. But love was always within me. The minute I started loving myself, I wasn't searching for love anymore. And then love came on its own. Love is a big, that one is a big, big love.
Mm.
Huge. So the last slide here, what I want to share is that I said the cutting ritual is an anchoring technique, right? And there's lots of people who have talked about this before us. When you anchor like that, your body remembers. Your nervous system needs that, right? That's why this kind of rituals, burning, writing, burning. We did it in our Cabo retreat with all the coaches where we burned words and phrases that we were wanting, right? So this actually helps us to anchor that memory. So tangled roots floating, we feel like unrooted. That's why it's unrooted, because we are unrooted. We don't have a grip or grounding. So what do we need to do is return home to your soul, because you came to express the soul, not to suppress the soul. So that's what this summit is about. So we're almost into day 4. This is the ending of day 3. So guess what we're going to do next tomorrow? Feel comfortable at home, because it's brand new home. We're going to feel uncomfortable because you've been used to the other home with all the strings, and you'll be like, I don't know if I like this place. Yes. Right? We're not returning, right? We got to stay here. We came here. It's hard to get here. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. Anything else you guys want to add, coaches? Anything?
I just wanted to say that sometimes there are so many strings, and I think that was my problem, is I'm looking at all the strings, and there's probably a little bit from each one that I would like to cut or let go.
Yeah.
It's not just one.
Mm.
Yes, no, it's quite a few. I'm moving on Fridays. I didn't have strings, so I had to go look for strings wherever I found them. And this is what I got. But yeah, there's lots of string. I wish I had it. So let's do some affirmations before we leave today, okay? So let's put that hand over your heart. If you need to put it on your tummy, put it. I was never the puppet. I am the one holding the scissors. Does that make sense? You're never the puppet. You have the scissors. You have the choice to cut it. But the awareness is here. So you better cut it, whatever you don't want, right? And if you don't have strings like me, you can also use a paper to draw the line and cut. Pretend. We know how to pretend, right? I don't need to perform wholeness. Have you tried to perform like I got this? I am perfectly fine. I got this, right? The pretend wholeness. I am free to live it, right? I'm not pretending to be wholeness anymore or performing to be whole anymore. I am actually free to live it. I trust what I know. I trust who I'm becoming. I trust it. The silence I feared is where I now return to myself. My identity was never broken, it was buried, and today I remember. My identity was never broken, it was buried
Mm.
and moved by strings that I didn't give permission to, and today I remember it. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. Here's some love from the chat. Yes, thank you. Amazing. It was an amazing day. I don't even know. I'm in so much flow that I'm standing all day.
which just doesn't happen, when you work on computer all day. So actually, I'm enjoying it. I'm thinking I could do this more often. So thank you for making it special. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all the coaches, and thank to Aaron Moss for coming in and sharing her very, very beautiful son story, and it touched everyone, I think. So thank you. We're done.
Thank you.
Thank you,